Look, okay, I'm back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Blue faces bustin' out the scene. New life is something like a dream. Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Blue faces bustin' out the scene. New life is something like a dream. New life is something like a dream. New life is something like a new life is something like a dream. New life is something like a dream. I am not friendly, I came for the paper, little baby, don't get it confused. I see them paying the play, they be paying for pussy, my nigga, I'm paying my dues. They cannot see me unless I'm on TV in times when they happen to turn on the news. I am not worried about shit but the money, cause you cannot buy shit with all of them views. I've been on 10 like 4th grade, same nigga but I'm more paid. Lame niggas throwing more shade, but you know it don't faze me. I'm blowing out gas to the whole with hazy, with a new chick cause my old bitch crazy. Just a young player that the west side made me, but how could you blame me and how could you tame me? You can't pop in that pussy, you claim you a saint. Do what they can and they hate what they ain't, but I am the greatest, that ain't for debate. Raising the stakes and I'm eating them too. Hitters on deck, what you need them to do. Fuck all that talking, I leave it to you, cause I gotta go, got a meeting at 2. Tell me why all of the shit that you saying don't never match up with that shit that you do. We mobbing and thugging, you bitching and bugging, there's nothing that we got in common. I've been out grinding and hustling, investing this paper, got tired of eating that ramen. All of my music be heat, I ain't missing a beat, I've been blessed with impeccable timing. Watch all them people who friendly, it turn into envy whenever they see that you shining. Okay, I'm back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Blue
Back at it again. We're back at it again. Like I said before, we are having a male conversation. We need to have it. Whatever needs to be had, whatever needs to be said, whatever needs to be done. Dieterell in the building. What's happening? All right, we here for it. I'm gonna drop the link. Um, well, I'm gonna have a couple bit more people up in here, but this is called a two arms. Two arms. There'll be women in here, but they'll be below deck. Below deck. This is having a conversation, man. Now let's just wait for few more people to come up in the building because this is important. This is important. I've heard all the talks, all the hearsays about this person, that person, Priscilla this, Cynthia G that, woman this, women that, community this, community that. Young motherfuckers ain't getting no respect. Sway, Sway. Honestly, I'm just gonna say it like this: if I ever see Sway in person, I'm punching him in the mouth. I thought I'd just throw that out there. If I see you in person, if I see you, it's on site. This is on site. It's on site because I feel he talks too much shit. Um, the fat fuck. Well, let's not go there with him. If you want to talk about Dr. Umar, we can talk about Dr. Umar. We can talk about whatever. This is our moment in the sun. Our moment. This is all about us. This not mind you, I can make this into a fight club moment. I can make this into a fight club moment. Indeed. I can make this into a fight club moment. So let's not mistake kindness for weakness. Dark White, if he has any issues, please feel free. This is on us. I'm sure you've heard. I'm sure each each and every single one of you has heard or addressed or even seen the last live stream that I did. And mind you, I did not summon Princilla. I did not summon her. I did not contact her. I didn't do none of those things. I did those things earlier on, and I still didn't get no message. I still didn't get no email, no nothing back. So that must mean she was either busy or she had other engagements, or she just didn't want to deal, which I expected it that much. I'm like, okay, maybe she's sick and tired. Maybe she's sick and tired of me. What the fuck? Maybe she's sick and tired of me. Of men. Maybe she is. I don't know. But something has got to change. Something has to change. May because we're still operating above the we're still operating in the Willie Lynch chip. I said it before. I said it before, but you motherfuckers don't want to listen. And it's steadily still going. Uncle Jeff, shouts out to Uncle Jeff. Jeff Brown. He still gets disrespected. He got disrespected. Hold on. How is it? Aaron O. Aaron, Aaron, I love you, bro. But that was some fatal disrespect. Thus, you done said it yourself. I'm not for ghetto. I'm not for the black community. You ain't for none of that stuff, right? But you a whole 30-year-old ass brother. You might be 40, I don't know. You a whole brother, and you let a white man, disrespect Uncle Jeff like that on your life, right? I'm gonna pull this shit up. That was some blatant bullshit that I seen on Fight Club. That was some straight bullshit. Uncle Tom, you are an asshole, but you're my kind of asshole. You're just my kind of asshole. That's correct. Yeah, you have blatantly no respect for your own kind. Hmm. He proclaims that we are the world and we pay taxes and we got jobs and we got houses and cars and we got money and we're still being called niggas. I think it was Fight Club, wasn't it? Yeah, it was Fight Club. We are still being called niggas. Very, very, very fucking interesting. I think it was this one. Give me just a second. I want to be blatantly sure. I want to be blatantly sure. Don't know if it was this one or not. Oh, maybe it was this one. Because John the Baptist was up there. Nope. Nope. What up, Dave?
What's up, brother? How you doing?
Oh, just here waiting on some folks.
Okay.
Since we
Well,
talk about it.
I like to say congratulations on, I would say, kind of like interview / impromptu. Um, yeah, a lot of people
Oh,
came
that
in.
wasn't planned. That was not planned at all.
Oh, I know it wasn't, but I do think that the way you titled the video, um, attracted her to come to your channel and see what you was about, see if it was a safe space. And obviously she felt it was in order to come up there and although I agree with like 2% of what she say. I mean, I do.
You said 2%.
I agree with like 2%, but I did like the fact that, hey man, you benefited from that. I think a lot of people watch your channel that don't usually watch your channel, and I think that was positive for you. And I definitely want to see you grow. And I think those that took a liking to you probably, I encourage them to subscribe and definitely, come check you out and come hang out with you whenever you go live. So I do.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that. I don't expect people to follow a simp, but if they do, I mean, I am honored. Um, but if you're one of the ones that have either an issue with what she or her or anybody else had to say, it could be anyone, Cynthia G, anybody. Here's my thing. Here's my thing. When are we ever going to look at ourselves in the mirror and say, well, not you particularly per se, because you have your shit together. When is everybody else who has an issue with what, let's just say, a Priscilla or Cynthia G has to say? in terms of what in regards of what the black community as a whole has failed to do. I would say I would look at it and examine it, and I would go, she might be right. Well, then again, she might be wrong, or maybe she might be misconstrued. Either way, I'm a problem solver. So if two plus two is four, where am I getting the four from? If four minus two equals what? Two? Why are we minusing it? You see what I mean? It's like it's addition to subtraction. What are we lacking? What are we lacking per se versus what a woman picks up and she can say whatever the hell she wants to say, but we have a problem with her saying because obviously it's there, but men don't want to talk about it. But when a woman talks about it, it's a problem. I'm just saying.
Well, for me, from my position, um, I mean, that's a constant on YouTube. I mean, because I mean, if I can criticize Obsidian, Angry Man, if I can criticize a Green Gorilla, um, Dr. Tia Son Johnson, if I can criticize guys like that, I can criticize Priscilla or Cynthia G or anybody else that says things that are suspect. So, from my position, it don't matter what gender you are. If you're saying things that I think is out of bounds, I'm going to give you equal criticism, particularly if you're saying talking points that I think are contradictory to Pan-African values and ideas. Because I look at things from that perspective. It has nothing, so when you're saying things that cause division, and I have said those things for anybody that has watched my content and anybody that has known me to be, times when I was really, really heavy in the manosphere, I mean, I've had multiple debates on channels and different things, getting cursed at, yelled at, and I end up, having to start acting the same way and combating that. So, I mean,
don't forget Taz.
Yeah, and him and also the BS with him. And so if I can do that with men, I can also do that with women, just like my content is as equally. If you want to criticize me, you're welcome to criticize my content. I mean, no one is immune from criticism if you're a content creator. Now, the biggest issue that I've had is that when people criticize her, they felt like you mistreating her and you're being rude and disrespectful. And I'm like, no.
That's mostly
that's part of YouTube. That's part of any content creator. I mean, that's going to happen when you go certain places and you put yourself in certain positions, whether you were invited or not. You run the risk of these things happening. And just as well as I do, when you get on a panel with tons of people, 3, 4, 5 or more people, you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know who's going to say what. You don't know the motives of those who decide to come on there because you were on there to say stuff and trigger you and come at you. That's just the law of the land. So
I would say if you get the right people up, I mean, it really doesn't matter how many people you have up there. But then again, there's always that one apple that spoils the bunch for everyone. And then we all get into this charade of violent content, which, God dang it, man. I'm glad I left when I did. because
So so
it was gonna be some violent shit.
yeah.
I'm glad I
So
left when I did.
I was going to ask you if I could come up. I chose not to. And the reason why I chose not to, just in respect of your channel, because you know, I felt like I think she, based on the fact that that was her first time, I didn't want to like present questions that would have caused things to be chaotic. And so I actually did like the fact that the the panel in itself, when she was talking, we pretty much allowed her to kind of get whatever out her talking points and kind of express it in detail in a lengthy manner, which is what she
Mm-hmm.
likes. I get that, but so my thing is that in respect of your platform, I understand your style. Your style is not my style per se, so I got to respect that. And so I felt like, and plus I was in Dallas, I was doing business, and I was doing some other stuff. So I was just happy to, like, it was kind of entertaining me while I was out shopping and doing some other stuff and some business and stuff. So I was kind of doing multiple things. So, but I did like the fact that there's a lot of different people in the chat. The chat was lit. There were people saying all kinds of stuff. Your boy, great podcast, whatever, he was saying all kinds of stuff, and he was
Yeah.
going back and forth with people, and and so it was
Mm-hmm.
it was very interesting to see him, and they had other people saying stuff, and then there were some of her some of the rhetoric of some of the people that support her. They were in there saying a lot of different things, and so it was pretty cool to see a different dynamic of people that would not, would not come to your channel, that was there, and they were interacting with people that would typically come in your channel. So it was cool to see that and things. So overall, I think it was a great show, and so that's how I felt about it. So that's I actually went live towards the latter end of your show. I went live because I just wanted to go live and chop it up with the sector, and I actually asked people to go check it out. I told people to go check out the video.
Yeah, one caught it, and they I guess they copied and pasted and said, We-On-Loc's doing big things. Yeah, yeah. If I was doing big things, I'll be interviewing Martin Luther King Sr. right now or something.
Right.
Or
Yes. I don't know. Are you familiar with Auntie?
yeah, I do remember it with Auntie, and we will keep his name minimalized, which means a
Oh,
little non-existent.
y'all had a little run through. I didn't know that.
Not no not me and him per se. It's me as I mean him and another person who's already in the building. So we just gonna keep that on the hush. So we
Oh, I
gonna,
did. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm sorry.
yeah, we're gonna keep that
But
on the hush.
what I was just gonna say was he had mentioned you in regards to um content that you created, and he also referenced about with Umar wanting 50K for debates,
I heard
and he
about
also
that.
mentioned, yeah, I
They were
was
talking
actually
that.
going to go live today and talk about that, but
Look.
I'm gonna wait and maybe do that on another
Look.
day. But
Okay. You remember the thing that he did with Mike Tyson? He said he wanted to get in the ring with Mike Tyson at that particular time,
yeah, I
and
remember that. Yeah, nobody took that
and
serious.
no. So are you on now? When it comes to debates, I mean I don't know. Maybe if he would have said 5,000 to 10,000 grant or 10,000 or something like that, I've been like,
Hmm.
well, maybe, whatever. But he said 50 grand. Now I don't know who or what is going to. And then Anton's name came up. I was like, Anton, he's not going to talk with you, debate with you, sit with you, drink
No, he's
with
not gonna fuck with
you,
that
eat
time.
lunch with you, nothing. Because number one, you're a liar, you're a hypocrite, you're a narcissist, you're all these things, and you talk yourself into the third person as if you're doing something. There's still some questionable things that you still need to answer for, but it's like whatever. I'll leave that alone. I'll leave that part alone. And then, of course, recognized game can't keep his fucking mouth shut for anything in the world. But I'm gonna let y'all deal with him. All right, I'm gonna let you deal with him. Uh,
Well, shit,
conscious,
he offered me 20K,
conscious,
20K to
he
box me.
showed up, huh?
He offered 25K to box me in Philadelphia.
Who?
Recognized
Recognize?
game.
I see. I see. He desperately needs money.
But you know he pissed off at me right now because I exposed his his little sports slash educational venture.
Yeah.
So
No,
he'll a little ticked off at me right now, but
no,
that
we
goes
got
without
better
saying.
things to worry. We got better and bigger things to worry about. We ain't got time for all that shenanigans over there, especially
Right.
freaking retard. Have you ever heard of what's the brother's name? Well, I can't consider him a brother. Um, Chaotic Truth.
Oh yeah, he was on my he trolled me about 4 weeks ago.
Yeah, he's
For about an hour
dangerous.
and a half to 2 hours.
Yeah, he's dangerous. You said
Oh,
he needs to
that's a
do a GoFundMe.
big time coon. That's a big time coon, man. I actually kicked him off my panel for saying that slavery didn't exist. And I told him we're not playing these games. I told him to get the hell out, and I just kicked him out. I let him ride for like an hour and a half, and he was saying all this contrarian stuff, that anti-black stuff, and he kind of pissed off a lot of people on the panel. And then once he said that, I was like, okay, that's the limit right there. So I basically kicked him off the panel for saying that. So
Yeah, I mean
we're not about to
they're
play like
yeah,
that.
he does that to me too. And he said, "Well, why can't you just take your carpentry to the next level and own your own stuff?" Like, you do know that takes time and effort and education and of course money. Um, you can't just be a apprentice and expect to be a master at things overnight. It takes time to do all that. I mean,
Correct.
if you giving me the money, even though if I had the money and I own my own establishment, if I don't know my components, if I don't know how to master them, if I don't know how to do things on my own first, how do I expect to hire anybody in particular and they look at me for answers and I have no answers for them? That makes no sense. That makes zero sense. The person who comes in and I hire who has more experience than me, he might as well just own the damn company. He might as well. Because I know very little about being a carpenter, about being a plumber, about being a HVAC specialist. I
Well,
know very little.
he's in no position to give anybody um career advice because he started off teaching in education and he's not in that anymore. He ended up doing some other stuff which he was very unclear about as we
Mhm.
were grilling him about what black people need to do, and also knowing that he comes from I think a Caribbean background, which I'm not holding against him as a Pan African. We all family. However, I mean that I'm not going to pretend that there's not an aspect of those Africans outside of this country that come here and have a certain uh, mindset, a bias towards us. So, and he basically has that on steroids from my position, because everything he said was anti-ADOS. So, as we had a conversation, because I mean I knew of him, but I that was the first time I actually had direct conversation with him. Matter of fact, I'm gonna chop up that video and do a premiere of him being on my channel, and people, you know, because I hadn't had time. I've been real busy. I've been traveling and stuff and going back and forth, and you know I hadn't had real time to do content like I want to. But I do think that I definitely need to do a premiere, just chopping up that hour and a half of him being on my channel and pretty much acting like a coon for the most part. You know, so
I'm starting to think all these Negroes are starting to act like coons, even up on Fight Club, except for Uncle Jeff. Shouts out to Uncle Jeff. Uh, um, you got a dude, an Uncle Tom, that believes that black people should just continuously pay taxes and get jobs and hope and in hopes that we have white picket fences and a guard dog and $50,000 worth of spending money. And I'm telling him, based on the system that we're in right now, it's given us it's given us a look of like, what the fuck? Like,
right.
number one, we don't own anything. Number two, we don't control anything. But according to him, making the money is going to
Change
equalize
things.
everything. It's going to change things.
We're making money now. The issue is not that we're not making money, because we are making money. We're making a lot of money.
Making money. We're okay. We're making
But,
money, but we're spending on shit we don't need to spend.
Yeah, but to me, it ain't even the fact that we're spending on stuff we don't need. It's the fact that we're not spending it on us to improve to take away our dependence from other people. That's the issue. You know, we and so if we're not spending, so to me, one of the best ways to minimize racism and discrimination is to create an environment where you don't need to be in those spaces. You know, so if we're in certain environments where we're being discriminated, educational, healthcare, economic, whatever different areas of life, if we pulled our resources so that we can be the manager, the owner, and dictate things within our own private company for ourselves, you don't have to go to other places and pretty much adjust and and do the things that they think you should be doing. You wouldn't have discrimination due to your hair, and you got to speak a certain way. You can't act too black, whatever that means, and things of that sort. You know, we can freely just be ourselves. The black man is the only black man.
What has the white man ever done to you? What has the white man ever done to you, sir? That's what I keep hearing.
He's done a lot.
Has he done anything to you now?
Yes, he has. And I can name a whole bunch of things.
Well, name one, sir. Just go ahead and name one. Name it. Go ahead. I'm listening.
And so my thing is that
anytime, listen to me. Anytime someone has to explain themselves, if I had to explain myself what a white man has absolutely done to me, whether it be mentally, physically, or otherwise, you not only honed the Coon Train Award, but you were the Coon of the Month. If I have to explain myself, right? So so
Right.
so so here's the thing. I would think that if you are a black man, better yet, if you have African features, if you had Homo sapien features, if you had melanated features, and you have read your history, but it clearly states to me that you don't give two shits about history because that's what it means to you. That, in layman's terms, history should be behind us. Oh, but there's a smart man that said if you do not know your history, you're doomed to repeat it. So
Right.
I don't know what I'm missing, but
Right.
this is the thing. I'm trying to get some of these people on these particular platforms so we can even out the playing field. You can have people like Uncle Tom and Chaotic Truth, and then
It's a long list, but there's a bunch of people, and
very
if you
long
look at
list.
it's a list of people. Like there's a ton of people in the manosphere anti-black family, anti-black. You know, shit go on and on, man. That was one of the first debates I
Arsenio
had.
Ali, yes, him too, yes.
You know, so
And I would dare have to say, and damn it, I had to put security boss in. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have to put security boss in that on that list due to the fact that we are at war with the world in general. But you're steadily putting your attentions on black women. Now, I was with you when you were advocating for marriage. I'm with you too when it comes to that. How you do your business and how I do my business, how I advocate for that how you go about things that's we're on different playing fields. But now you want to call out two individual people that you should clearly have no concern for, because if you really were concerned about what I would call damage, well, I wouldn't say damaged goods. I don't mean to say that. Very scorned people, I think you would want to give them some type of help. I would say because Priscilla and Cynthia G, they did nothing to you. I mean, if they're gonna crash and burn, let them crash and burn on their own. But you steadily just stirring the pot and varying our problems, our vertical problems, not horizontal, by the way. All those issues are horizontal. We need to be straightforward because election year is when?
it's next year.
Next year. So we have about during this time to figure out, well, should we do what Claude Anderson wanted us to do and do it a independent party and represent ourselves and just hire a candidate that we deem as worthy? I think that would be the best move, don't you? Because we're not getting any younger. I mean, we're all in
Look,
our 40s and we're talking all this we're talking all this garbage about females, but yet we're not getting to the real issue.
well, when it
You
comes to
you
politics, I have a
Mhm.
just kind of a I have no faith in politics,
Me
and
neither.
and because I've not done anything for black people, so and both have made. I mean, my position is even a third party, in a sense, I'm fine with that probably from a local and state level, but not necessarily a federal level. I think that if we were to start a party like that, it would be beneficial from the ground level, state level, because we really don't have the money and the um the infrastructure to do things. What I would say from a federal level, you got to start from
Mm-hmm.
somewhere, and if you're trying to do all three levels, you're going to spread the money, you're going to spread things thin. But I do think local politics, we could definitely benefit from that, particularly in cities that have majority black counties and majority black cities. State level,
Mm-hmm.
particularly in states that we have about 25 to 35% of the population, particularly in the
Mm-hmm.
South, I think that could be beneficial, or we could be effective. But on the national level, we're reduced down to 12%, which we've been at for like 20 plus. Man, like how long have we been at like 12, 13%? We've constantly, it's like we've been at
Wow.
the same needle while everybody else is increasing. We're at the same, you know, percentage with more people. And even though the white population is steadily declining, the other minority populations are increasing. And we're still at this 13%. Like I remember when I was in high school, we were at 12, 13%. And now I'm 40, I'm 45, about to make 46, and we still at the same percentage, you know?
The same percent.
Yeah. So my position is either we do things from a state local level and then we buy politicians on the federal level. Like other groups, like the
Sounds good to me.
Hispanics and Asian, they buy politicians. You don't see them marching and looking for, this particular person, and so they buy it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I tend to agree with you, but who would you want? Who would you want in office per se? I have
And
no
what office?
candidates.
Which
I have,
office?
huh?
The presidency?
Uh, huh?
And what office? The presidency?
Yeah, presidency, of course.
I don't like any of the choices.
I deal with my own local Steve Solomac. I never met him. He seems like an okay guy, but I would have to look further into his policies and stuff like that to even just compartmentalize with it. But the rest of them, they just look just
To be
tired
honest with you, we
and
unlock. This is the first time that I actually hope that we do have a Republican president. The Biden administration, and it started with Obama with these different laws for a certain group, is getting ridiculous, and they kind of
mhm,
launched that, and it's they funded a lot of things that they passed legislation exclusively for this group of people, and I'm just
mhm.
looking at it from this standpoint. Like I didn't see Asian people spending tons of money marching and doing all this stuff to get protective rights legislation. They got that within, like, I think that was 2 years ago when they had the Asian hate phenomenon that never existed. Next thing you know, you got all types of they passed
Smoke
Asian
screen and
hate
mirrors.
law, huh?
Smoke screen and mirrors. That's what I was saying.
Exactly, and that was exclusively for them. But if it's something exclusively for us, then all of a sudden we got to do a study. We got to put this kind of money in. We got to, you got to vote, and you got to do all these extra things that we've been doing since the civil rights movement to get something passed. But everybody else, they just propose it, and then next thing you know, it's passed.
Mm.
I mean, that's just a fact.
All right, I want to transition off of politics for a minute and go to straight to something that is really boring me to death, and that's this same talk about how men should be empowered. Why and what purpose? Your only purpose to be empowered is to control a female mentally, physically, and otherwise. This same talk has been going on since 2019. 2019, and we're in 2023. What are we looking forward to in 2024? Pro speaks.
Same talking points they've been having. Because let's face it, these dudes don't have lives to do. They don't own nothing. They don't run nothing. So the only power they think that they can achieve through all this is controlling females. And as we can see, that's not going too well. Because the ones they quote unquote want to control, they get made fool of by these same women. So I don't, and this thing to control women has been going on way past that. It's like, hell, if you want to take it back into like 20, 30 years ago,
Patriarchy days.
yeah, with music videos, rap videos, I mean, movies. That's been a consistent thing with some black folks, well, black men in particular. And where has that gotten us? Nowhere. The same talking points been out there, and they've gotten no closer to it because the one that they supposed to do, which is getting your resources together, getting your mind right, getting your body and soul right, they refuse to do it because that's the harder thing to do, as opposed to let's control a female. I'm like, well, let's talk about controlling a female. Let's argue with a female. Let's get her to date the guy who can only pay a light bill. So
what's this thing am I hearing about? What's her name? Sexy Red and the eating ass lady. The eating ass lady. That was
Sukihana.
Sukihana.
Well, ex Umar, he didn't.
Two women that really, in all honesty, nobody should be paying attention to. Nobody should be giving the time of day to. But you got someone like Umar.
Before you continue. Oh Lord Jesus. Wait a second. Wait. First of all, how you gonna blame Umar for some shit that he had nothing to do with in the first place?
No, Umar entertained that.
The fact he's entertaining it is the problem.
How did he entertain it per se? How did he entertain it?
By talking about it.
If there's someone to call out my name, I'm like, who the hell is this? I wonder who's actually calling out my name. And then I look, and he's like, I like my strong African men's and blah 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 blah, because I'm a Pan African myself. How you gonna be a damn Pan African with your ass in the air?
That's what I'm saying. This is the silly stuff that we got dudes trying to talk about. It's like Sukihana should not even be entertained by Umar. Umar, you got your own problems. You need to get this school finished. That's what you should be focused on. If you really about this community, your main focus should be getting the school together and getting the proper people in there. Because
he's done already.
Yeah, well, focus on that. Why are you focused on a chick that literally went? went to another country embarrassing herself, and you.
Okay, going by
Why would you need to talk to this woman?
community. I mean, he's been entertained. Now, D, tell the truth. He's been entertained by not only celebrities but high class YouTubers, right? I'm
I
not
mean, I
even
get
paying.
that.
I'm not
I
even
get
paying
that.
attention to you because you don't even want to listen.
But
Anyway,
let's be honest, We-On-Loc. What kind of conversation would any man have with Suki
we
Hana?
don't know. We don't know.
Stop, We-On-Loc,
No,
stop.
no, 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 no. You've been known. We've been knowing Umar for years, and I would think we would give a little bit more credit than that. Come on.
Are you serious?
Uh, do-
Look at
Are you
Umar track
serious?
record. Okay, come on now. You know what Umar like.
He's single.
I'm not. It's not about him being single, but when you and this is the thing, he's still struggling with this. If you are going to put yourself on this pedestal and be self-proclaimed leader, you know, most requested everything, you can't do stuff like this. You can't.
Well, okay. Well, okay.
You can't be around certain people.
You just can't be. And yes, I understand being that she is a black woman and things, but you cannot publicly do this. And you can't be going visit her in Miami and all this other shit.
Okay.
Come on, man.
Hold on. That's some bullshit. Here's
What you mean that's a bullshit?
wait a minute. Remember the conscious stripper?
Yes.
So-called conscious
And that's
stripper?
another reason why you shouldn't do it, because that's similar vibes of the conscious stripper.
Again, how the hell will we know? Should we put Brother Polite in the mix as well? We all thought that Brother Polite was conscious.
Oh shit! I never thought Brother Polite was conscious. I don't know who thought he was really conscious. Really?
I did at one point. Me.
Are you serious?
Until I saw that. No. I thought he was until I saw him and his two white girlfriends sitting courtside. I said, that's done.
You mean it took that to get you to think he's not conscious?
I didn't know, sir. I did not know.
The whole thing where he was scamming, that came before the white women.
The ones that I actually follow, which be Shaka Almost, I follow him. All right. And then Red Pill, Blue Pill. Those are the only people that I actually follow.
Okay.
Other than that, Brother Polite.
Polite scam Young Pharaoh. Polite scammed countless people. And he plagiarized books. When you hear him even speak, it sounds like he just hustling. He never came off as genuine about anything except getting money and scamming people out of their money. I mean, that's just me. But I mean, Umar, on the other hand, is a different situation. And so I'm looking at it from the perspective that he has had a habit of interacting with controversial women, and it hurts his image and reputation.
Yeah,
and so at some point you got to learn from your mistakes. You just stated if you don't understand your history, you're gonna keep bound to repeat it. Well, he continued to repeat the shit. Like at some point, you're gonna have to quit entertaining these. There's so many beautiful black women that are well read, educated, skillful. They pro black, they pan African, they for the cause. They are more compatible. The only thing Suki Hana is compatible with him is sexual, to do freaky shit. Other than that, is nothing else. Let's just keep it a buck.
if you want to make the argument that, okay, let's say she had changed, she had that past and she was changing, and then he want to talk to her, then I wouldn't have a problem with that. But this is the same.
See a person like that changing, Crosby?
Yeah, they could change if she wants to.
I'm,
Uh,
I'm, I'm asking you, bro. You think she can change?
no,
If
personally.
she really tried hard, if she really tried hard enough, because let's not forget, this entertaining lifestyle is a very complex in society, and that money lets you know it's like a bad mechanism to me. You make as much money as like uh Nicki Minaj or something like that, you're blinded by it. You're particularly blinded by money. You're blinded by fame.
Okay.
That
Well, let's take Nicki Minaj for example. Look who she married.
a convict.
Not just a convict, a dude who SA'd a woman, a 15-year-old. Then
He
on
did what?
top of that, tried to use her money to shut her up about it.
As
Do
a
you think that particular woman gonna change?
it'll take the act of God actually to
Okay, all right.
it
Is Umar God?
no
Okay, so
what
if you think it takes an act of God, and we know that a lot of people will pray up and down, got that Bible in their hand, preach to you. I had a friend who tried to do that a couple of days ago, and
Jesus
then you hear
going
about,
on.
oh my God, I'm still struggling with women. Wait a minute, shouldn't you be more focused on getting your mind right in the Bible with God? And this is the same dude can't even go to church. So that's with God in his forefront of his mind, and he can't even get it together. What makes you think that someone like a Nikki or a Sukihana or Sexy Red they're gonna be able to change? And what makes you think Umar had the power to do that if God can't even do it?
Well, I'm gonna be real with you. With Nicki Minaj, she's in her late, about to be in her late third, or she might be in her late 30s now. She's made all the money she wanted to. She can actually stop, but she's basically, I mean, I don't know. She's
She
still
ain't gonna
doing her.
stop. It's over.
I
There's
I
certain
don't know.
people. There's certain people you just got to.
We're talking about
You
Suki
got
Hana and Sexy Red. They're in their 20s, and it's like garbage time. It's like you got the kitty pick of the litter pretty much. You're not doing anything that Nikki, Little Kim, or whoever else that's done raunchy shit has ever done.
no. They've gone way worse. That let's
Who
be honest.
I
Like
mean, you might as well just do porn for a living. I mean, you might as well just do some fucking porn.
Well, shit,
She's
they
about to
damn
be
near.
40,
they
41.
might as well
She's
be.
about to be
You're right. You
41.
might as well be doing porn at this point. So it's. I'm just saying. I'm like, there's certain people that you can't be around if you're gonna have this image. This Umar was the same person talking about, hey, don't mess with these cookies, but he's messing with the same people.
I think he's conscious enough to sustain himself for the most part. But if I were to have anything to say about it, I would tell the brother, yeah, you might not want to interact with these people because it's like a slippery slope type of deal. But I mean, you're a grown ass man. You can do whatever you want to do. You're single. Like everybody was questioning you when you had the special event, right? When you had the when you had the festival. Uh, Everybody was questioning you about the two wives. I told everybody, I was like, this is what he wants. He's polygamous. What can I say? And then And then they're questioning him about the so-called white chick that was at the mall. It's like, why is he smiling and giggling and Google goggling with her? I'm like, he went to go get his that damn phone fixed. I'm like, Jesus, is there anything? Is there anything that Umar can do that or can't do that you're going to literally pick up the phone and actually record this man doing whatever? Like, he can't get a fucking break. And
Yeah,
like,
but
Yeah, but some of this,
break.
I get you on that. He's
He
looked
can't
at
get
under
a
a
goddamn
microscope.
break. Like, what does he have to
But
do?
part of that is his own fault.
but that's part.
Oh,
That's his problem. He caused that.
how did he cause it? Dude, again, how is it that? How is
We'll
Come on, Wheelock.
it
You mean
on my
come on, Wheelock? Do we
on
need to
my
go over his
name?
battle with Sinetta? Do we need to go over that phone call, that quote unquote phone call that was faked? Do we need to go over that one?
What phone call? You talking about?
Remember he came online trying to pretend like somebody was calling him, and he trying to be like, no, don't go after him. And we look, then we find
All
out that
right.
yeah, that thing. So yeah, I mean, again, he caused his own problem. So yeah, he want the attention, he got it, and it's just like, well, I mean, what do you want other
Did
people to
he
do?
cause
They going,
attention with Sarah Susan Seti? No, he didn't.
huh?
Did he cause tension with Sarah Susan Seti? No, he didn't. Sarah Susan Seti with the feds decided to call out Umar. And then everybody was getting on him because he actually put Sarah Seti with the feds in his place. I do remember that quite well. And let's not talk about Sinetta. That is the he, he's like the grandfather that particularly likes to manipulate shit, but we don't know he's manipulating shit because he's behind the camera most of the time. It's like, how you gonna get two conscious, so-called conscious people to fight amongst each other? And Brother Polite and Young Pharaoh. And then before Young Pharaoh, it was Young Pharaoh and Shaka Almost. And with Shaka Almost, it was Shaka Almost versus uh, Sarah Susan Seti. And then the list goes on and on and on. But you're behind the camera?
Yeah,
Very manipulative. Very manipulative. But whoever wanted to have confrontation with other than Tariq Nasheed? I
Confrontation?
believe, yeah.
Sarah Susan Seti wanted confrontation. There's tons of people in the conscious community wanted confrontation with Umar.
See.
I
But yeah,
mean,
it's his particular fault because New York niggas always want to say, "We made you." How?
well, they
You
did
put
put
him
him on.
on. You put him on, but you didn't make him.
I agree with that.
The fuck? Y'all need to cut that. Y'all need to cut that capping ass shit out, bruh. You don't have the same. I'm sorry, you do not have the same skill sets as him. Now, listen. I'm not saying he's the end all be all, the John Henry Clark, Dr. Ben Yokovich of the world, but I'm not saying that's them. But they never had to experience controversy within their own communities like this.
Because they wasn't doing the shit that Umar was doing.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, but they didn't carry themselves like this, man.
This is the worst shit I have ever seen online. And now
Again, I get
Huh?
that, but We-On-Loc. Umar brought a lot of this on himself, man. That's what I mean. I wholeheartedly agree with you, but he's
I
partially to
disagree, man.
blame for some of this.
If again, if he gets attracted by a whole bunch of women, he has a right to talk to them, doesn't he not? And
Okay,
It's not.
I'm not
it's a
with
little
them.
bit more complex than that. Will-Loc.
It,
He the one that lied and said I'm celibate, telling everybody he was celibate, knowing damn well he wasn't celibate.
When he,
it
when he
is
say
here. Is he putting himself on that pedestal? This the difference.
he said
It,
he was
it,
celibate.
Yeah, he said that right before we found out, months before we found out about the conscious stripper.
so yeah,
Oh,
I
you
mean,
talking
again,
about?
it's no different than if you want to talk about uh Antoine trying to be like I'm this family dude and all that, but he up there going to
He ain't.
interview
He ain't.
going to interview the fucking booty bandit. I
Yeah, yeah, man.
mean,
That was I did content, man. That was
I
so
mean, so
disgusting.
it's like you can't have this. You can't show yourself to be this higher conscious person, and then you doing stuff that these other people you say are lower than you. You're dealing with people that are lower than you, and expect everybody to be like, we're gonna look at you as a higher person. No, we're gonna look at you with greater scrutiny. I mean, that's how
Bridget,
that goes.
I haven't forgotten your question. Bridget. But man, he's a grown ass man. At this point, as long as you get the work done, uh, um, continue on your purpose, and we get this thing open in January,
To be
February,
honest with
or
you, if the school open, a lot of this will go away. Once the school open, then a
Right.
lot of this stuff goes out
let
go
me
out the
ask
way.
you, let me ask you what's some of that. Do you expect him to open it in January?
No, I don't. I expect him to have it open probably by the fall of next year, but not January.
Yeah, because that's
Hmm.
like right in the middle.
I
That's
Yeah, that's
remember
in the
I
middle of
gave
school.
somebody. I remember I gave somebody 3 specific dates.
Yes, you did.
I
I
said
remember.
he may open the school up in January 21st on Martin Luther King's birthday, on Black History Month, or in August. It would kind of make sense to open it in August because the kids go to school in August/September. So why would he open up the school in January unless he's just doing some stuff on the side
Well,
and some
and
training?
actually,
and I was thinking about that because
I would say
a lot of
I would
kids are still going to be going to another school.
yeah, but I would say this. I think it would be smart for him to open the school if he choose. Now, to me, opening a school doesn't mean you opening it up to actually have students there. I do think it would be smart to open up the school at least 3 to 5 months before you have a opening date for people to actually attend the school, so that you can have time to market the school, get enrollment to a certain amount, because it's going to take a long time to get the staff and everything in place. It's going to take about 6 months to get the staff before you even open it up and have people in classes and having the transportation, the food, the the employees, contractors, and all that stuff to operate. I mean, that's going to take some time. You
Well,
want?
well,
I
well,
think
with
that
the,
if you're
with
going
the
to open it, it's open up for administrative use.
Well, with the transportation stuff, we don't necessarily need buses. I mean, I take my kids to school all
Oh,
the time.
that's right.
Well,
He's doing a residential. It's residential. So yeah,
Okay.
okay. Well, I get that. I'm thinking
nah, and
right.
as far as what that you can do, yeah, as far as lunches and stuff like that, well, we used to do this. Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we you make your own lunches for your own kids, and then Tuesday and Friday, we'll gladly go out and we'll treat everybody, with some food or whatever and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, you get the money to do
So
that.
he can do it. Yeah.
Where the money gonna
That would be
come
no
from?
problem.
So do y'all think that he's? So you think it's going to be more or less? He going to have it open just to hire everybody, and then fully start in August.
That would be the smart thing to do.
I would agree with that.
That would
You
be the
know,
smart. I feel like you're gonna need that because you're just not gonna open. Because when you open up, I mean, I understand people are like saying, "Oh, I'm gonna send my kid here," but you got people that's saying this from all across the country. And I'm
right?
just sorry, man. When you're looking at that, you got to look at the capacity. We got to see what they saying the capacity is with the occupancy licenses. You only can have so many kids staying or being in a class or being if they're gonna have the dormitory. You got to get all of that set up with beds, and stuff, and all this stuff to cook for them. And I mean, there's a lot of things that you're gonna have to have administrative wise to have it
But
set to
he's
go. So
gotten but the most important thing is he's gotten the big stuff out the way. Can we really say that?
you got what?
He's gotten the bigger stuff out the way. I'm talking
Yeah, the
about
bigger
the
stuff is out
vax.
the way. Yeah, as far as the fundamental stuff. But what I'm saying is that opening up the school doesn't mean you're ready for business to have kids come in and get their education. Opening up can mean you have staff there that they're recruiting they're looking at resumes, they're interviewing virtually face to face. You're getting all equipment needed for education.
Mm-hmm.
You're looking at all what the budget's going to look like with the money coming
Mm-hmm.
in. Having your
Mm-hmm.
staff and all that stuff's ready and set, and then you got to look at as far as recruiting and getting the kids in, who's going to pay what, and have a number of people enrolled. Like you should know whether you're going to have 30, 40, 50 kids, and they'll be ready to go in August.
Hmm.
That makes sense.
Well, he did.
So when I think of that opening, I think that my perspective is that would be the appropriate way to do it to scale it instead of just bam, you doing everything the first day. That's going to be
Anybody can copy and paste. Anybody can copy and paste and just put the name on the little thing and call themselves whatever they want to call themselves.
Yeah,
Trust me, they did it. They did it
it's
to
not
me
that
before.
hard.
It's not that
It's
fucking hard.
it's not that hard. But
We had a King Kong consciousness come by and he didn't even say anything.
yeah, the trolling be real in this place.
If
But
the real Umar would have contacted me and he would have said, "Drop these some bitches. We need to have a talk." I'm like, "Cool, let's talk."
bye
He wouldn't say
everybody.
it. He wouldn't say it that way.
Yeah,
He wouldn't
I'm
say
not even mad at
it.
that though. But yeah, let me drop off because I gotta get to work. Thank you for having me up.
Man, be careful out there too.
all right, brother.
All right.
All right. Yeah, it's fairly easy because when I was in the Umar sector, they did that. They did that to me, and they did that to another female. So it's and they did that to T Pre too. They did that to T Pre too at one point. So
Right.
I'm they troll all they want. I mean, we're talking about grown ass men sitting in a little computer and pissing in the fucking bottle because they don't even want to get up to go to the fucking bathroom. They ain't gonna end up getting blood clots behind all that shit. Fucking hooligans. But anyway, Umar's doing his thing. I suggest we just let him do it and let this year progress. And if things happen, things happen. I'm still with it. There was a point in time where you was like, you actually gave up. I
No,
have
I
to say
never
that.
gave up. I just was not publicly saying anything.
Wait. When I asked you what scale were you on, and you told me it was a total 9. which means you on the verge of giving up.
Yeah, I was, but I never totally gave up. I mean, I still had some level of optimism, but it was looking very bleak when you know, basically every time you going online, you're talking about I need money to pay taxes. That money that could have went to the that's actually what slowed the renovations. Paying the money that went to those taxes should have been invested in renovations. If you didn't have to pay those taxes, things probably could have been done a year or two early.
Well, now
But
he's done with the
yeah, he's
renovation
done
part.
now, and so my position is I'm in support. I just don't publicly say it like I used to. You know, I'm not about to do the Umar campaign and battling people and like I used to.
You
Where I
know
was,
what? You know
killing
what?
arguments and people
If
getting
you
mad
piss
and
me
trying to
off,
take my channel down and stuff. Them days over.
piss me off, and I go down there myself. I will literally campaign for that motherfucker. You know, I was
Yeah, like
literally.
them days, like I'm man, I got tired of that, man. That it was constant, man. Where I couldn't even talk about anything else, and it just, so, uh, and I had battles in the manosphere about Umar. I remember me and Ramil had a huge debate on O'Shea
Oh
channel.
my God,
Man, we had we was back and forth about Umar and stuff, man. Them days, man, I don't even have the energy for that no more, man.
I do. Anybody, I do, because you can't prove to me otherwise that he's not a con artist. You can't prove to me
Right.
because they still say on to this very day he's a scammer. What is he scamming?
Yeah, I never believed he was a scammer.
What did I mean? He
I'm like, what is he scamming?
has
Like,
the
I
property.
mean,
So what is he supposed to do with the property?
man, you got to people that don't understand the nuances of in the process of school. Man, everybody that I talked to that worked in education,
Mm-hmm.
and this was what really, really drove me to support them, was the fact that they said you trying to open up an independent school is a very, very expensive and costly endeavor that will take a long time. Particularly if you're trying to get invest and trying to get the donations. I mean, I've talked to several teachers, principals, and they all said the same thing. Even my own sister, was taught for years.
Mm-hmm.
She said the same thing. She said it's gonna cost millions. This gonna be a yearly struggle.
Yeah.
And so that led me to understand that, okay, people not understanding the economics of operating a school is not cheap. They think,
Not
oh,
cheap.
you got $500,000. You should be, man, $500,000 is nothing. He got 750K.
There's been
Man,
setbacks. There's been
750K couldn't even
that
get you past
ain't shit.
the half of the school year.
That ain't
That's just the
shit.
facts.
I mean, shit has gotten broken into, and fires were being started. I mean, glasses were being broken in, and you got clowns coming up to the school and taking pictures, and it's like, dude, it's like, we can't really have anything. I mean, if we would let it, I mean, put it this way, yo. Let's say that fucking Don M owned the school, owned the building. Would they support Don M? Which, by the way, that nigga had the nerve to DM me and say, "Give me an interview." I said, "For what?"
Right.
It's like, I want to get paid. I want the money. Give me an interview. I was like, "You want me to pay you X amount of dollars for what purpose? So you can lie? What would you?" How low would I stoop? And then I would get, and I let Tiffany know. I let Tiffany know the other day. And she said, "Oh, is there any is there gonna be any controversy?" It's like, please let me know. Let me know, and I will hop up on the panel. I was like, okay, girl, all right. Shouts out to Tiffany Griff doing it
Tiff
big.
Griff.
Shout out to her. I'll be seeing her. I'll be seeing her again. Trust me.
Right.
I'll be seeing her again. Damn.
Well,
That's crazy. That is
I'm
crazy.
I'm just waiting to see how things progress, and I'm just gonna take it month by month, day by day, and we'll see what improvements are made. I'm all. Look, I understand this is an endless situation, and eventually it's gonna happen.
We have to move in silence to get a major goal accomplished. I agree. I wish I had a sound. I wish I had a sound for. I would. I clap up for that. Guess what? I don't need to show. I don't need to show you anything. What do I need to show you? All you're gonna do is fuck it up. Your beliefs is very, very fucking small. Very small. But if I told you, hey, I will give you another stimulus package is coming up, and the white man's shoving stimulus packages all down your throat. You gonna accept the money and you gonna waste it.
Of course.
That's all you gonna do is you just gonna take the money and you gonna waste it on some bullshit. You know how many dollars I spent helping Dr. Umar, and it's no shade to that. I know you spend over thousands of dollars. I'm over that plus, and he's actually doing something worthy with the money. But
Right.
the moment he goes somewhere, like to Las Vegas, and he's at the slot machine spending $10. Listen, listen, $10. $10.
Right.
$10. 10 fucking whole dollars on a slot machine. He's spending money. I had to hear this from Anton. He's spending money on the damn slots. Idiot. If you ever been to Las Vegas, let me not say that word. Dumbass. If you ever been to Las Vegas, if you ever been to the Las Vegas airport, when you come out the terminal, what do they have waiting on you? Slots.
Facts.
When you
First
go,
thing you see.
the first
See that
thing
in
you
the
see,
airport.
the first thing you fucking see. And then when you walk that long distance, and they don't have the train that you take anymore. They took that out. And so you ended up walking and you see these particular stores. You see what? Slots and more slots and Starbucks. And I think it was a McDonald's in there or something. I don't know. I haven't been in the airport in a while. But you end up seeing a lot of stuff. Yeah, that's Las Vegas, duh.
Right.
So he can't do anything. Just walk in silence. But let me ask you a question. Your first question was, um, why doesn't he not open up an online school? It's not the fact that he hasn't had the idea of opening an online school. He has no problems with computers, but it's the reaction that you have with teachers, students, and stuff like that. Um, you have to have those reactions. You have to have those type of bonding traits. I mean, you can't bond online. I mean, that's just not physically realistic.
Right.
Um, plus, I really don't know how much computers would actually cost. I mean, you would have to have like tens and thousands of dollars and in working condition computers. And then not to mention software updates. You got to actually have those in place, those particular programs on your computer. And what particular thing there are they going to? I don't even know how the industry works. I know my children, they do this particular type of program which elevates you in so many heights. I mean, I can predict that my daughter is going to graduate at a very early age because of the program that she's in, but she's in private school. So is
Oh,
my
okay.
son. So they're on a different level. But however, public schools don't really necessarily do that. But I can't see. No, not Nevada. No, no, we're dead last in education. But anyway, I think if that answers your question, Bridget, that I mean, you have to have the interaction with the kids. Plus, you might want to take field trips. You might want to go to some museums and stuff like that. And of course, there's the whole COVID thing. There's the whole COVID incident, but we ain't heard COVID. We ain't heard that name in what, a whole 2 years. So we cool on the whole COVID thing. I mean, people don't even wear masks anymore. I still wear my mask because I don't want nobody coming this close to me in this many feet anyway, especially white folk. I mean, you got bad fucking breath, but you got a whole bunch of fucking wearable, a whole bunch of fucking cologne. That's fucking crazy to me. I mean, literally, real talk. I'm at work and this dude's in the bathroom hugging up on the urinal, like really trying to, he's bottling and doing all this other shit.
Um,
And I said, bro, you all right? He looked at me and like, and he went back to doing his thing. So I had to call security, and security had to wake him up. Literally had to wake him up.
was
And
he on
somehow,
drugs?
he was drunk.
Oh, okay.
He was drunk. Now, when it comes to drugs, I've seen it. I've seen it all. I've seen cocaine. I've seen a couple of white bitches. I've seen it all. I've seen it all.
I bet.
I've seen it all. I've seen two white bitches sucking on each other's titties with that cocaine. I swear to you not. If I'm
I bet.
lying, please hit me upside the head with something. If I'm lying, that's how crazy it is. But anyway, I didn't mean to get off there, but you just gonna have to trust. People just gonna have to trust the process. If not, then I don't know what else to tell you. I do not know what else to tell you. He does what he does on a very slow scale, but if people in the community actually gave a fuck, which I can say like this, because of the Tommy Sotomayors and because of the Brother Polites, I can understand where people are coming from. But I mean, okay, you're gonna go about based on behavior. You're gonna go based on how much money is he spending, how much money he has collected, excuse me, and then how much money is he spending. You're gonna look through all that with a real sharp eye. But let me ask you this real serious question. Have you ever done any other white folks like this who are in politics and stuff like that? Have you ever actually questioned where your money was going? I don't think you have. Because if you did, I think you would be a little bit more concerned about what white folks are doing instead of what. Am I wrong about that? I must be wrong.
That was an argument I made for years.
Right. Yeah,
I talked about the church, the other nonprofits, and the Red Cross, and all these little organizations, the local unions and all that stuff that raise, they all, you don't know where that money going. What was that? Black Lives Matter. They notorious for all the money. One of the most corrupt, nonprofits ever. Acorn. So.
Oh man, that messed me up too. Acorn. I'm thinking I'm gonna actually make a profit off Acorn. Nope.
Yeah.
Not
To me,
happening.
Acorn was no better than Jay Morrison because they had a thing you can invest. Remember that they had an investment.
Wasn't Acorn the Rocks project? Dwayne Johnson's project?
No, that was Obama. Obama sponsored and well, he didn't sponsor him, but Obama. We didn't learn about Acorn until Obama ran for president because he was highly active in that nonprofit, and they had a scandal in 2016, big time scandal.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not 16 in 2008. That was in 08. 08 they had a big scandal.
Okay.
Yeah, that was in 08. That it was actually a black lady that was the president of Acorn, and then they said they were misusing the money. Acorn actually had a some kind of investment thing that you could, I think it was a minimum $500 or something like that you can invest in. And to me, it's similar to Jay Morrison. You could do minimum $5 because I actually, this is when I knew that the Wall Street thing was a farce.
Mm-hmm.
I called the Tulsa fund or whatever it was, the black fund or whatever, about 5 times. Could never get through, and you could not leave a message. That's not how financial organizations work. Mm-hmm. If you leave a message, somebody calling you back because they want your money. You don't get no call back, and you can't get through. Mm-hmm. And after about the 3rd or 4th time I called him, I was like, well, something ain't right about this. I said, because basically you make money off of my money. Why would you not be accessible to me?
Good question.
Makes no sense.
I mean, yes, you have to question everything.
Because
you have to question,
if I call JP Morgan Chase, I guarantee you somebody picking up that goddamn phone, or if I leave a message, they calling me later that day or tomorrow.
That's a profit.
Because they want your money. If I contact I guess like any type of financial house, they will be calling you because they want you to invest in a company. But the Tulsa Fund, the Black Wall Street, you ain't hear shit. And now they've been exposed.
I was hoping that Fatty would come up there. We would actually have a particular conversation what he hates about women, but obviously he's doing some other shit. I guess he just loves to clown. But here's what I'm gonna do, and possibly in a few minutes, I'm just gonna let everybody up, whoever wants to come up, because look, I was hoping that us men would actually have the conversation. I gave you an opportunity and I gave you a shot.
Nobody came up.
The whole Priscilla, other than Brother Speaks, but Priscilla again. I emphasize again. I did not expect her to come up.
Right.
On my ass talking about you wanted to come up here.
I mean, but I get it, because I thought I thought that was a troll.
Then me too.
I thought it was a straight up troll. And then then I see her coming in there eating and talking and shit. I was like, damn, that was her.
As soon as Oshun said something and she started talking, she pulled up. I'm like, damn, I'm not prepared. I'm in low energy. I ain't got no questions queued up. Like, what? And she actually pulled
Right?
up. I'm shocked. I am actually shocked. I am actually shocked. But hey, how's the Umar sector looking?
That same old shitty bullshit that's going on, man. Man, they got so much shit going on over there, man. Um I'm chilling, man.
I heard Shaquem Ross still can't keep your name out of his mouth.
Now we good, man. We cool. Like, I mean, the last few weeks we've been cordial, man. But it's just other people, man. Rev G talking crazy shit. Other people saying stuff. But man, I've kind of been on the sideline, man, because I don't nearly do the content I used to do, man. I can't, man. It's too much. There's a lot of other people
If I
beefing and
wouldn't
going
done,
back
if
and
I
forth, man.
wouldn't done
But
that,
the big thing is about Carrie Ann, man. Carrie Ann went viral on TikTok and the whole chat. She was on the state news in Georgia. They trying to take her job away from her and shit as a teacher and shit. That's the news. Why you looking like that? I thought you knew.
I knew a little, but
Nah, that was real. That was real. She on leave right now.
Oh wow! See what I'm talking about? Was that actual docs or was that just a misunderstanding?
She was doxxed, and then they filed a complaint with the school board system. Yeah, for real. Like they had like 7 or 8 people that filed a complaint from the AFWs. Yeah, they did that shit. It was fucked up, man. I really hated that, man, because that lady didn't deserve that, man. I know she said a lot of controversial shit, but who don't? You know, it ain't worth nobody losing their job. And, you know, they trying to say she was anti-Semitic, she was colorist against biracial people, and she hate the kids and all this. Man, they did all kinds of shit. You know,
hey man, when you see her, give her a hug and a kiss for me.
She all right, man. She kind of came back. She kind of was chilling for a couple of weeks. Now she's starting back to do a little content, but she don't leave. I think she took off. She taking a break for the rest of the year. I think, man. It was just a lot, man. She could never go back to that school, man. Tucker High School. But she, you know, yeah, man. Even Taz his old bitch ass did a video about her.
I think I've seen that. But
yeah, man, it was crazy. But that's like the biggest story. But it's kind of dying down, you know, because if they was gonna fire, they could have been fired her. And they're basically trying to evaluate the tape to authenticate that was really her.
That's crazy.
I know.
That is fucking crazy. Then you see I've been trying to stay away. I've been coming over there, here, there, and checking on everything, and y'all don't talk about shit at all. I'm sorry,
they really don't, man. They really, man. We talk about each other, man. That's basically like I do basically.
Y'all might as well talk about fucking. Y'all talk about fucking each other more than y'all talk about anything else.
Look,
like,
I do my manosphere content. I do my black sector shit. I don't really be doing. I may go live whenever I do. It's basically an open topic, just to talk about whatever, man.
Nightish, what's up with you and my uncle, man? What's been going on with you and my uncle lately? My uncle Jeff. My uncle Jeff was on Fight Club. I don't know why.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why he on Fight Club like that. Because you got knuckleheads that don't listen for shit. Like Jay Prince, he
that dude is all over. I just learned about him, and this dude is all over the fucking place.
Oh shit. Speaking of Jay Prince, he's here. Everybody be respectful, and let's hear what he has to say. Come on up.
Damn, what? You a fool. You a fool.
Oh, I gotta redo that. I gotta do that. I had fun with that one, but I gotta
You a
change some
fool.
things.
Yeah, man. I just
He said,
started watching his content. I seen him on Fight Club. Then I seen him somewhere else. Then I saw his channel, like in the last, since probably early last week, I think, or last weekend.
mhm.
Then I saw your boy Daryl Long. I seen everybody be going to his channel. I'm just learning about him.
"Hey,
He was in your
he,
channel yesterday.
I'll give it to him. I'll give it to him. He listen. I don't want to be called a simp ever again because nobody can come up with any good goddamn definitions of what a simp is. So I give it, but since he has all the ladies up there, I concede to him. He has it. It's his. I don't want it. I do not want it anymore. So
Oh, you
I
mean Daryl Long?
had there alone. He's got this. He's the simp god. So
Yeah,
if
I
it,
don't
and
really know a lot about him, but I know he had a panel that had a bunch of people on there and shit. I don't really, I can't really say much. I don't
no,
know
no,
whether
no, no, no. He still has his ways about him, and he's still in controversies with the same old people. But in light respects, he's doing pretty good when it comes to his content. He's just entertaining the ladies and everything, and that's what he's supposed to do at his age. That's what he's supposed to do. Me, I'm balanced, my guy. I entertain everyone. Let's just have the conversation. It's not my fault that your girl comes up. Not you. I'm talking about people in these little community bases. That's all they seem to do is this. Nidus knows who I'm talking about when it comes to all these people and all these stupid ass platforms. Is all they do is talk. It's like it's like it's like girls are actually going to leave you. You do know that, right? They're going to leave your platform because you have no respect for those particular ladies. And so where do they end up? Right at Daryl's doorstep. Right at Daryl's doorstep. I don't know how they find their way to me, but I'm not pinning no flowers on myself. I'm cool. I'm calm and collected. I'm steadily growing. I'm growing slowly but surely. We have the conversation. We have the conversation. You want to bullshit? We can bullshit. But someone asked me a question. That's like, why are you very controversial? We all are. Every time you go on these panels, when you do a lot of cussing and screaming and shit, right? I say simply this: Negroes don't want to have a real conversation. So what I do is, if they want to play mind games, we can play mind games. If we just want to play just to be playing, when we can do that too. I'd rather do that than if I were to ask you, this, where is our um who is going to be our representative for if we go independent, right? Who will be worthy to be our leader per se in any state, any city, any form of community? Who will you think would be our leader or leaders per se? Who would you think that? How much money do you think we would need for this particular person to carry out our list of demands? Who do you think would be that? And if you say one thing to actually derail that, then I have no choice but to just lock it, shut it down, and then we can just go on some bullshit. That's my stance. I am not going to sit here and waste words and breath over a nigga who doesn't have the concept of an actual human being. You want to clown, we can clown. This is the reason why we are still stuck at being three-fifths of a human fucking being, because all you want to say is all you want to have a controversy on holes every day. And this is where I can't take people like Jay Prince serious. I can't take people like Anton seriously. I can't. I can't do it. So I'm just basically there, just chilling, just acting a fool, basically.
I feel you.
Me and you can have that combo all day. But if I come across the recognized game, right? Oh, he dropped off. With that, I'm going to go ahead because he might come back. I'm going to go ahead and play a couple of clips of the video because obviously dudes are afraid to have the conversations. Ron B, if you're in the building, please be happy with your presence. Pearl. Why is Pearl? People still talk about Pearl still to this day. Why do people still talk about Pearl? Pearl's irrelevant. Pearl's irrelevant. She's white and ugly as hell. So why would people still take her serious? Is that the type of person that you will want control over? Oh, speaking of which, my bad. Speaking of asking a white person questions about black shit, let me see if I can find that. Let me see if I can find that one for real, for real. Because if you're going to ask questions about the black community, I think it was this one. Let me see. Here it is. Nope. I don't think that's it. No, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. No, that's not it at all. That's not it at all. Well, anyway, what I tried to do is I was trying to bring up a few more men. I will probably try to experiment with this a little bit more, but other than that, I'm just gonna have regular people come up and we're gonna try to do things a little bit differently. We're gonna try to dabble into a little bit of politicking here, a little politicking there. Not too much celebrityism because they're celebrities. I told you to be back.
I'm back, man. I got accidentally probably been disconnected off of it or whatever, but I'm back.
All right. If you weren't married, Darrell, and these three women approached you and said they wanted to submit to you, Suki Hana, Red Beans and Rice, whatever her name is, Sexy Red, and or um Tracy Spencer. Who'd
Tracy
you pick?
Spencer.
I'm
Okay.
just saying. They want to submit to you, my man.
That's
They
like
want to be
something
your
that would,
queen.
huh?
I said they want to be your queen.
Right.
I think this is it. I think this is it. Yep, this is it. I finally fucking found it. So you're going to here's the thing. Would you at Miss Nebraska, if you like to come up, you can. Um if you were having a conversation about black stuff, right? Would you entertain that with a white man on your platform?
I would never do that.
So tell me why. Let me put this up there first. Tell me why are questions about communities, black communities, are we having this, we entertaining this white man or any white man at that moment, white, female, male, otherwise, why are we entertaining this with them? Why? And this is something I will have to ask Darren O that because, but then again, he loves Anton too much. So, but I'll have to ask him in a direct way. I will have to do that because number one, that's fucking dangerous. Number two, why in the fuck are we entertaining white folks in the first place?
Makes no sense, but it
That,
happens.
yeah, that's one of the things that I really need to question him on. But here's some of the things: fair use, fair fucking use.
Can handle a female
A
president.
black, yeah.
The men's ego cannot handle.
It's not going to happen, sir.
It is going to happen.
I'm going to tell you
Yes,
why
it
it's
is.
not going to happen. Okay.
When we're going to break that final glass
Hopefully it's
ceiling.
not come out
I
with
got
us.
a question for you. Just hear me out.
Yeah, go ahead.
If it was to happen,
Uh-huh.
what ethnicity would they be?
Black.
Yeah, I think actually black would probably be the best.
What
Like in
about
terms of
Michelle?
odds. In terms of odds. Like because you got the look how many black people broke away from Hillary. Right? It doesn't matter that's
It was
a
hot
woman.
sauce, so just hear me out.
What?
But again,
Her walking around.
you
with
said
hot
it's going to be a
sauce
black
hot
woman,
sauce
right?
in her bag.
No,
You
you said what race is she? And I said it would be like in terms of electoral advantage, right? If she was black, that would probably be better.
Okay, let me ask you something. I'm gonna need you to stop trying to be politically correct.
No,
and
I'm
just
not being.
say
I know I'm
she's gonna
not.
be black. She's
You're-
gonna be
you're
white.
politics.
She's gonna be Puerto Rican, Mexican. Just say it with your chest, nigga.
I'm Uncle Tom. I'm saying from a purely political like viewpoint, right?
Mhm.
Like not like I'm being political. I'm saying you get because it's all what's the word now?
Be political.
No, what's the word?
Grab the poll,
Identity politics. It's all identity politics right now, right?
Yes.
So you've got it's a black woman, you've got the black vote, and you've got the 45% of women that will vote for her, right? And then all you got to do is get like a handful of men.
You're absolutely insane, sir. I'm gonna tell you why you're insane.
All right.
You, as a good old white man, right? You don't want to seem racist, right? But when you have to go behind that,
I don't want to see what
you don't want to seem racist, and I understand it, right?
Wait,
so you're gonna
Tom, have you?
hold on.
I'm not racist.
Okay, cool. That's fine. I'm glad you're not racist, but I am.
But that might,
I'm gonna be honest with you. And I
opinion.
married a white woman. I married a white woman, and I'm racist. I'm just let you know right now. So this is what
See what I mean?
Wow. I married a white woman and I'm racist. This is silliness, man.
See what the fuck? See what I mean? You and you're entertaining this, but that's not really what the point I wanted to reach. Because Aaron asked a nice little cut, but we're gonna get to my uncle real quick because Nightish, if you're still here, we have some explaining to do.
because there were no police. But everyone thought, okay, no, it's just because everyone was expecting police, and that's why there was violence, right? Like, are you fucking insane?
I have a
Like, this doesn't
question.
make
What
any
drugs
sense.
what drugs were they talking about? Were they talking about like the hard drugs, or were they just talking about weed? I'm curious.
Is in 19 different transit cars randomly over 20
Sorry, my thing's stuck.
until the drug user gets off the bus because they can't take him off the bus.
Sounds
that's
like a utopia to me.
That's infringing on his personal desires. This is a city that is literally destroying itself with its own.
And Portland's not far behind.
Well, the pendulum will swing back.
It's the model city for the progressives.
But what I'm saying is, it's so beyond insane, and they came up with a bullet points of recommendations. None of the recommendations said no more using meth on the bus. It was like provide. It was like provide mental health.
Do you have the name of that study?
Yeah, just Google. Uncle Tom,
if it's like
just
how
Google.
you describe it, it's not going to be too much longer. They'll swing back.
So just Google UW study links.
I lost track. Uncle Tom, what was the question that he was supposed to be answering?
No, I was given the serious answer to when he was asking about, like, what would you do to end violence or whatever. And I'm saying my overall point, which I got away from, was we have so.
The question was, how do we stop the violence in the Black community? That was one of Aaron's questions.
Right.
And you know what I said, Joe? You know what I said? I said, take away all the liquor stores, take away the guns, put in libraries. Just make multiple libraries, right? Niggas would suffer.
Right.
Niggas would just blatantly just suffocate. But then there are those who want to be educated, and they will have no choice but to go to school. They will have no choice. What element of things that are in communities? Liquor stores, gun stores, liquor stores, weed shops. I almost forgot. Dispensaries, weed shops, gun shops, dispensaries. That's what we have. If you ain't getting high every day, you doing something. Like, what else is there to what else is there to do? What else is there to do? I mean, I'm stuck. I mean, do we finally get up off our asses and go vote? Oh, I forgot. Most criminals who come out of jail aren't allowed to vote. Am I right? So what is it that we can actually do? And so when we have somebody like my uncle come up and present an actual idea, then your progress, your objective is to act ignorant. So let me see if I can pull. Let me see if that's actually here.
So stigmatize and shame the police that we don't have any right to say, like, well, how do we end violence? Like, you removed all the rules. You removed everyone that could enforce the rules, and you removed anyone breaking the rules, enforcement of that we have that shit going on in Seattle, right? So how can we expect anything different? But I still can't comment on the Black community because I don't know what the underlying force. But I think police are good.
But you can. I mean, your eyes work, right?
I don't live in the Black community.
That doesn't matter. I don't live in the Black community either, but I can talk about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just don't. I I'm saying is I just don't know enough.
Like the news still
Let
report.
me tell you the point.
Wow.
Just hear me out.
Wow.
The president doesn't live in the black community either. But if they were to ask the president that question,
He would answer. That well, not this one.
Hear me out. What these brothers desperately need for you to do is to badmouth their people for them. So if you could get to that.
Oh,
Am I?
that's what we said?
Wait,
Is that
Uncle
what we
Jeff,
said?
am I allowed to do that, or
Oh,
is that
yeah,
something
here.
your wife's not allowed to do?
Is that what we said?
No,
I didn't hear no one say
it's
that.
not what you. It's not what
Okay.
you said.
All
It's
right.
not what you said.
All right.
You
No,
didn't-
I didn't even ask
whatever,
that
Uncle Jeff.
question.
I didn't.
Uncle Jeff, I don't
man.
really.
No. I'm not talking about you, man. I'm not talking about
There
you.
you
Wait, you
I'm not
addressed
talking
me by
about
name. You addressed me by name.
No.
No.
My birthday, I choose not to be
And I'm
bothered by Uncle
I'm
Jeff's
trying to
bullshit.
respect you. I'm trying to respect you right now. If you give me a second. I didn't say what you did. I'm trying to respect you. Hear me out. Here's the assignment that you have been given. These people are asking you, and I respect you for your comment. I don't know enough to speak on it. We don't need you to know. We need you to look at our shit and shit on us if you could. That's what they're saying, in other words. And if that's not what they're saying, I can't tell you what it is, but I can tell you that's what it looks like. And I respect you for your statement, and I respect you for your stance.
I have a question
All
for
right,
you,
thank
Jeff.
you.
I have a question. Do you talk
I knew
about
Uncle
the
Tom was gonna bite.
do you talk about the white community? How many of us talk about white people in white communities?
Lots.
Never.
Okay, so you don't have the same smoke for what black people talking them on the white facilities and white goddamn communities and white issues, but white people can't talk about black issues and
would you like
communities
me to-
and problems, and they live in the same fucking country as you do.
Is it
That's
all right if I
crazy.
respond?
No,
Do
you hear this? Do you hear this? Darrell, do you hear this?
Yeah, yeah, man. I'm tripping on this. I thought somebody in the thing. I didn't know that was you. I thought it was somebody else saying something. This shit is crazy, man.
Yeah.
But they entertain this shit.
What kind of counter? I know what I would say personally to counteract that. But what would you say to counteract that type of statement? Those type of questions. I can't. I'm not you. I literally would like to gouge his eyes out if I was in his presence. I would literally strangle him if I was in his presence. If I could cuss him, that's cussing out. I'm trying to get over that. I'm trying to get rid of that. You know what I'm saying? What can I say as a person of intelligence? What can I say to counteract that? Could you please give an assessment if you could, please?
Man, look, I'm gonna be honest. I would basically grill this man on why are you here? What are you trying to accomplish? And why should we respect your opinion?
Why am I here? Why?
What are you trying to accomplish?
What are you trying to accomplish?
And why should we respect your opinion about a community you know nothing about?
Actually, he knows, but it's like, damn your community. What can we do to rewrite history?
Yes.
You rewrite history. I'm gonna have a problem with that because you're married to a white woman. Why should I take you any serious? I shouldn't. I'm not. But I need to keep you around. I need to keep people like you around due to the fact that you might stab me in the heart. I want you to look me dead in the eye and I want you to stab me in the heart then. Literally.
Right. I hear you.
My TV's asking And that JP's. What? He's back? My TV is back? Oh, wait. My TV's gone. Ain't
Yeah, I
it?
thought he left.
I thought he was. I thought they got rid of his channel due to E Black and some other people. But oh damn. I don't know. I can't. I mean, that he never left technically. I can't really rock with that dude too much. Not too much anyway, because he's. I mean, I can rock with him from a distance because I really don't know about him too much other than some content he did about Anton, but and Melanie something, Melanie King. Other than Melanie King, and she's a good looking woman. Melanie King is a good looking woman. I'm not gonna lie, but
Right.
she's just on some other type of shit. I don't know. I really don't fucking know.
Yeah, but man, they entertain this guy, man. You know, and so you get what comes along with that.
Yep. And I wish my uncle was here. That I was just like, Uncle, why would you waste words and breath dealing with let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 white folks, white people, other than the actual white person that's actually there. Because I don't consider them who they are right now. I really don't. Other than Cali Bell, Nightish, I have respect for them, but it's like
Right.
literally, the shit that you bring up is hilarious. What can we do to stop violence in the black community? I don't know. You're black. Figure it out. Figure it the fuck out.
Go ahead. It's a free country. Go ahead. I mean,
number one.
I don't know about for the darkies. It just depends on what's.
D, you about to pass out.
Huh?
You're about to pass out.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
No, I'm listening.
You what? You've worked what? 17 hours? You got 17 hours straight days?
No, I'm good.
All right.
I'm just listening. I was listening to see what this guy was saying.
You done?
No, I got more, but go ahead.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna ask you to talk to me like an uncle and not an aunt, and wait your turn. You're acting like an aunt.
All right, cool.
I'm gonna need you to be quiet while I talk to you for just a second.
All right.
Now, I believe your question was, why is it that I don't have smoke for black people that I have?
Not what I said.
Okay. Well, then could you repeat your question, please?
I said, do you have the same smoke for black people talking on the white communities and white issues as you do for white people talking about black issues?
No, I don't.
Can you stop right there? I need to comment on that. Let's look at this. Why would I have as much smoke for black people talking on white people? We've been talking about white people shit since we got here.
Exactly.
What do you mean?
I would kind of we would talk, excuse me, literally about all and everything that is white and concentrate economic wise on black things. But literally you want us to comment on what white people are doing versus what black people are doing. I could give a fuck less what white people do, dude. If it don't affect me, then why am I talking about him? Unless he's coming up to my door, getting ready to rob me, or he burns across to my backyard, or he tries to run me down like a dog, like so many years ago has happened to me. It's truthful, very, very true. Or he's trying to stab me in a hotel. That happened to me, absolutely. Other than that,
We always comment on the things that the other community has done. That's part of our reality.
right?
I mean, so I don't understand what he getting at. Like, why would we treat a black? I mean, like, it's no
We
different
don't
than
talk about black issues. That is so bland. It's very bland. Be-
I'm trying to
Would you
figure
say
out
we
whether or
have the
not he
same
thinks there should
issues?
be some level of fairness for something that's unequal forever.
Right. Like we're supposed to be equal to these son of a bitches. We live on the same planet, the same neighborhood as them. Just because I live in the same neighborhood as them doesn't mean I actually like or I actually want to put up with shit with the same shit. Or I want to put up with shit with him, period. As far as I'm concerned, he's I mean, no disrespect for to the white people, from today, but we got our own issues to deal with. I could care less about what you go through, sir, ma'am. It doesn't because again, should we stop? Should we literally stop doing what we do to try to solve your problem?
When you're the cause of a lot of our own problems.
Thank you. Thank you. Makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, no disrespect, but I mean, you deal with your issues, and we'll deal with ours. And once we get, the 40 acres and the mule, then you can, you know. But that likely won't happen. It won't. That's crazy.
Because I am a proud pro-black, mildly bigoted individual who is almost but not quite as smug as you are. And really that's why I got on, because Uncle Tom, it's not that you're wrong, it's not that you're inaccurate. It's that you're fucking smug, and it stinks.
I'm smug.
You're smug.
Oh,
SMUG smug.
That's cool. That's
all right. Okay. Next question.
Hey, at least you're honest. I can't fault you for that,
bruh. Let me tell you something. All lies are connected to fear. I don't fear nobody.
That's true.
Here.
That's true. I agree with that.
With that, that's all I'm saying. I'm saying that "Hear Me Out" was right.
But how was he right though? Just because he did.
Well, I'd like to answer that.
Hmm?
He's right because he made his own choice. He said, "I didn't know enough," but that wasn't enough for him. You needed to hear something shitty.
No, that's not what I asked. I was literally asking for the reason.
I can't tell you what it is, but
I'm not. I'm telling you. Okay, all right, cool. You can say that because
I can't tell you what
it's not true. It's not true.
Exactly. Let's let it be untrue.
Yeah,
I can't tell you what it is, brother, but I can tell you what it looks
like. But it was the same reason why I asked you the same question I just asked you.
Exactly. Okay, fine. Then we can move on.
Yeah, I ain't got nothing else for it.
The fuck?
And a hush fell over the room.
I mean, because it wasn't that deep.
Okay, well, next subject then. I don't think
the same thing happens when somebody farts.
I think it's fairly shallow.
What's shallow?
This man made a.
Uncle Jeff.
Just hold on, brother. I'll finish it, bro. I can finish this and go to bed. Okay, it's the same thing. I don't think people can verbalize what it is. Their issues with you, Uncle Tom. I think I can, and it's not again. It's not that it's not that your issues are wrong. It's not that you don't have a point. It's that you're incredibly fucking smug. And hear me
that's the
out.
first time I heard that, but that's great.
Exactly. Well, it might be. That's because I'm brilliant. Just hear me out. I respect you, bruh, because you said, "Hey,
I don't think you do.
Okay. Well, you're free to think what you think
Based on our last interaction.
Exactly. You still stinging from the last time I got in your ass.
No,
This time,
I wasn't stinging because you said bullshit, and everyone just kind of pretended like they weren't hearing what you were saying.
Pause. You want to go back to that? We can go back to that. I was trying to respect
no, we
you
really
tonight.
don't need to.
Okay. Well, I didn't bring it up. You did.
You said you respect me, and I said why I didn't believe that.
Okay, well, that's fine. That's fine. You don't have to believe me because I respect you tonight. I'm talking about here and the now. You made the conscious choice.
Interesting.
You made the conscious choice not to speak on something that you didn't feel informed enough. But it wasn't good enough from what I can see. From what I can see.
Still holding on to that.
This is
you're
what
harboring
these
it.
people wanted. So
Live it.
yeah,
I fucked up the final row, and I can't finish. I got to do it again. You're
Okay.
just talking. You're just fucking talking.
I tell you.
Uncle Jeff, would you vote for a woman president?
Of course he would. He likes being led by a woman.
Well, no, sister.
You know what I would do in that instance if that ever were me? Just take a wild guess if that were me. If I were on Fight Club and I was face to face with Just Hear Me Out, what do you think I would say?
As far as you voting for a woman president?
No,
or just the fact that the white guy.
We're talking about any female president. Any female president.
I think you'll show support for it.
I would show support for anybody who has great policies and absolutely makes sense. But I will hold that person to task because people see the forest are starting to see the forest from the trees now, and they're blatantly saying to themselves, we're not falling for the same bullshit anymore. But then again, why would it doesn't affect me either way if a female president was voted in or not. It doesn't affect me no way, make me no never mind. Is that are you going to be good for the people? And if you're going to be, and if you aren't good for the people, then why the fuck would I vote for you in the first place? Right? I mean,
right.
I would rather do. I vote. This is the reason why I vote independent. I vote locally, and not nationally. That's something that I just don't do. And then people get on my case. It's like, well, you're not for America. I never said that I was.
Right.
I never said that I was. America has too many issues, too many holes. But America is still the greatest place in the. Kiss my ass with that shit. America, greatest place on earth. Yeah, you import immigrants in and out this bitch. Get the fuck out of here. They're taking the jobs that black people don't want. I was like, no, you just don't like giving up money. But don't worry about that because that's going to change. Due to the fact that you have 6 ambassadors who want to change life. You're not going to have the same paper as it was before. Paper is pretty much no longer going to exist. Everything is going to be digitalized. Get it? You're going to be using credit cards, or you're going to be using your right palm. Oops, did I give that away too soon? Yeah, you're going to be using your right palm. And what does it say in the Bible, Deidorel? And I think it's in Revelation 16 that that man cannot buy nor sell if he does not have the mark of the what?
The beast.
The beast. Yes. On your forehead or on your right hand. So this is the reason why we get on a whole bunch of people about actually saving up and doing something, doing something for their communities. But I can't actually really tell you that. I can only tell you but so much. Well, whatever.
Actually, in the words.
First, you have to say you're allowed to be president, right?
Say it again.
You have to tell her she's allowed to be president, right?
No.
No? That's only for your wife?
Yes.
Okay.
God damn.
You done?
No, I think I made my point and I went back to my Rubik's Cube. But you asked me if I was done.
Actually, you would do better with the Rubik's Cube if you understood that the centers don't move and that it's.
Are you fucking curious? You put up, mess it up. Mess it up. We'll go one-on-one.
What the hell?
Are you sure? You sure about
that?
This is silly.
No, just tearing them up a new one, just like he did Jay Prince.
That's crazy.
I'm telling you. But I just think Uncle Jeff, he's just being dealt a bad hand, man. I think he's just doing. He don't need to be up there. I would actually tell him that. Oh, he left again. What is this internet connection? Edwards was just said something similar about 20 years ago. Mm-hmm. Yep, and it's gonna get even worse. So I'm prepared for this shit.
You think I've never solved the Rubik's Cube?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
So if I solve the Rubik's Cube, how would I not understand that the centers don't move, you fucking moron?
Oh.
Okay, hold up.
You said it like I didn't understand it.
Okay.
Anyone who solves a cube knows that the centers don't move. So what are you saying?
Well,
just hear me out.
That word moron, back in the day, if you were to call a black man a moron and he was in a gang, this white boy would no longer be living and doing what he's doing right. Never mind. I'm over certain white folks. It's not even funny. I just assume just take my car and just run over him. Literally just run over his fucking face, his fucking whole body. Just keep constantly running over him. I really don't give a fuck anymore. I'm just over it because you can just literally come onto a space and talk to us any goddamn way you want and not even expect consequences. That's crazy to me.
Let me explain Cali Bear's question.
I really understand. You got to axe to grind with me.
No, I don't like the way you talk about your wife.
Okay, well that's my wife.
Your wife's a woman, right?
Yeah, and a fine one.
Okay.
Fine as frog's hair, laying sleep across the hall. You don't have to worry about my wife.
You gave her permission to sleep over there?
What's that?
You allowed her to sleep over there?
You're wild, son.
Am I?
Ooh. I know, Bridget. I know. But here's the thing with me. I used to think talking about somebody's wife was a death sentence. It's not so much anymore when it comes to online things. I understand that totally perfectly. But however, I'm starting to learn is as deep as you can go with things, I can go even deeper into something moronic and wicked as possibly maybe your children. You actually molest your children, which certain white folks clearly do. I would say some white folks, yeah, they clearly are molesters of their own children. I can go into that realm if I want, or I can just go into the whole what they call it, animal animal. What do they call it, Bridget? When white dudes is having sex with a pig, what's that called? It? What do they call that, Bridget? Lydia, not Lydia. Lita, do you know what that? You know what that's called? Bestiality. Yeah, they get into all that bestiality shit. I was like, this is the reason why I wash my hands with you, motherfucker. No, let me take that back. You motherfuckers don't wash your hands after using the fucking bathroom. That's what fucking bothers me. So this is the reason why I keep my mask on at work, because you motherfuckers are dangerous and just nasty. And I swear, if my previous boss was still there, I would actually take it upon myself and risk it and just backhand you and just like, why did you do that? I'm like, I'm touchophobic. I have a serious issue with white folks actually touching me when they haven't washed their freaking hands in the first place. Like, you would literally sit there and play with your little thing or whatever, and don't even give a care in the world to wash your fucking hands. Like, ill. What makes it even worse is when you're done doing the number 2 in the stall and you don't even flush the fucking toilet and you leave all types of shit on the floor and then go want to put your hands on me. That's when I snap. And if my boss was still there, they let him go. If my boss was still there, the one that I interact with, if he was still there, I would literally have an excuse for slapping the shit out your ass. And this is what I would do to this dude here. I would literally slap the shit out of this mother if I saw him on sight. Oh, my daughter calling me.
Am I allowing?
No, you allowed her. You allowed her to sleep over there.
Okay. Yeah. The answers to let me save you some time. The answers to all the questions about me that you don't like are either yes and no, depending upon what pisses you off the most. So yes, I'm allowing her to sleep over there. Now, can I get back to the sister's question, brother? Is that all right with you?
Oh, is your brother now?
There's a warm Coors Light waiting on you. Can I get back to her?
It's cold.
Oh, okay.
Birthday cold.
Whatever it is helping you get that job as Santa Claus at the mall.
What a big burn. Oh my God.
Real.
Bro, look.
Why do you hate white people so much, sir?
Who me? No, I don't hate white people.
Oh.
What makes you think that?
He respects me.
Huh?
I said,
he said he respects me.
I'll tell it to your face because I do. But I hate you just as worse, Uncle Tom. I hate you just as worse. I would literally say that to his face. Yeah, these people are too comfortable. Yeah. These people are way too fucking comfortable. I'm like, you cool now that you got black folks. These coons over here, including Aaron, these coons over here that actually really think, it's like we like to have a couple of white folks around, Say what you want to say. We don't give a fuck. We don't care. Nah, we don't care. We cool. Not with me, you ain't. Because I would literally stick my middle finger on all y'all motherfuckers go straight to hell, including you. But then again, I can't say that to you because you're already Satan himself. So they allow them to become. Yes, of course. Keep that mask on, gloves. You fool driving. Yes, I have to keep my gloves on. I keep my gloves on and my mask on. Hey, Sherelle, how you doing, sweetheart? Yes, I have to keep my mask on because this shit is fucking ridiculous. I mean, these white people like this literally do not wash their mother freaking hands. They just don't. And then they want to sit up and have a conversation with you. And then when they get real drunk, you know what they do? Sir, I'm so sorry. What happened with you black folks? You blackety black folks. Stay off the cocaine, stay off the weed, stay off all that shit.
I respect you tonight because I respected your decision.
Oh, I don't care if you hate white people or not. That was just something to say.
Exactly.
So, by extension, you respect me tonight for something, like I said, I wouldn't speak on.
Yeah.
But you don't respect the fact that I said what you were saying the other night was completely fucking insane.
No, I don't.
Okay, got it. Just
okay. Are you
make
clear?
sure I define the boundaries.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Now, is there anything else?
So it seems like you agree with everything that agrees with you.
Yeah.
Versus having an opinion on something.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, gotcha.
Is there anything else before I talk to the sister?
No.
Okay. Then allow me to do that.
Wait, did the centers move?
Y'all are so funny.
I know, man. I'm trying to talk to you, sis, but this white man is butthurt because he got his ears stomped together last time. Look, yeah, that's real. That's real, bro. That's real.
18.
That's real. Now, Sister Callie, I don't. It's not your sex or your race. With regard to the front seat of the presidency, any more than it would be if you were a train.
Oh yeah, Sherelle, stop. Listen, Sherelle, I got some clear advice for you. Stop wasting words and breath from these niggas, because they're not going to allow you just because you're. Well, you already know that. I don't even know why I'm speaking to you. I mean, just know when they don't agree with you when you're making your points, just because you're trying to make it an even playing field. Men do the same shit that women do. Women do the same shit that men do. It's like, how can we get to a center point when they start talking about women in general? Just let it go. Just let it go. You're too sweet for that. You're too sweet. Matter of fact, I pray that you actually find a man that actually gets it. You know, here, keep your thoughts right here instead of down here. Like, that makes perfect fucking sense.
Conductor, I would care what sex or race you were. It doesn't matter to me. And because I understand that a president is not ever elected by the popular vote, because we are stuck in this electoral college bullshit that has us hamstrung by the center of the center of the country. I don't have a dog in that race with regard to a woman being president, because the president is the winner of a popularity contest amongst the people, who the people really make decisions. They decide who the people will take the bullshit from the best. And because I know that, I don't put any faith in a president. So I wouldn't put any weight on you, sister, if you ran for president, because I understand what goes with that seat. So no, I don't. It doesn't matter either way about your race or your color. We have a vice president. Who said out of her mouth that she had no interest in doing anything for Black people specifically.
What?
Preach. I'm not doing
So-
anything for black people. That's exactly what she said.
Yeah, that's a quote.
What?
Sister
That's a
girl
quote.
though. Howard
That's a-
Not
University.
your
all that
Democratic
bullshit, right?
president. I have
No,
a
no, no,
question
no.
for you, Jeff.
I feel her though. Honestly,
why don't
to be
why
perfectly
don't
honest with
why
you,
don't
I
why
understand
don't
where
you
she's coming from with it.
why don't you like the electoral college, sir? Why don't you like the electoral college?
Because it's an unfair representation of what the people actually want.
How do you feel? How so?
Well,
I,
for
mean, I
one,
think it's more of
I
the
got a way to
exact
solve for that.
representation of the people, because if you leave everything, I'm gonna give you mine. If you leave everything based off the coast, you leave everyone in the middle to do what the whole United States want, just based off the coast, and that's an unfair thing, because there's more people in the coasts that have more weight, I guess, into the since they're so dense in population, whereas the middle of the United States is spread out.
Well,
Wrong. The Electoral College, they choose people 4 years in advance before you can even choose your next president. Yeah. They did that with Obama, and they're doing that. They did that with Trump, just because they can say they can do whatever the fuck they want. Because if your vote ever counted, you would have the president there that you wanted. But since your vote doesn't count and the electoral votes do count, this is the reason why you have 4 years in advance to figure out who's your next president going to be. But they are already solved that 4 years in advance, sir. Idiot.
I have a happy medium. I have a happy medium
there
that can
shouldn't
solve for
be.
both.
It shouldn't be.
Go ahead,
Couldn't.
What you
Go
gonna call it? It doesn't totally get rid of the electoral college, and I probably said this before. Some of y'all may or may not have heard it, but with regard to like states like
Fight to the
Texas,
death?
where it's like a lot of people, California, stuff like that, right? We already know that they mostly vote, Democrat, but there are Republican districts in those states that pretty much
Sure,
get ignored and stuff like that, right? And the flip side for Texas. So I would get rid of the winner take all portion of the electoral college, and I would split the electoral college votes of the states based upon the percentages that they voted for each party. So, like, say if California, like,
anyway, and I damn sure don't like Democrats, so that's even worse than this sorry shitty ass.
On that, we agree.
So
I don't think everybody need a horse.
I'm with you on that one too.
John the Baptist, you really don't need to. You really don't need to speak, sir. What? Now that she is in office, she doesn't need BP anymore. What's BP? Let me know what's BP. I don't know what BP is. But John the Baptist is actually sexist. So again, I don't care at this point if it's a male or a female. Okay, what male president has influence over you guys? What male president has influence? Had any type of influence? If you say Obama, okay, you say Obama. If you can say George Bush, okay. If you can say Bill Clinton, okay. Nixon. I mean, none of us were born in the Nixon era, but Ross Perot wanted to vote at was going to be president at one point. I mean, but if you were to reverse that and say, what female would inspire you? What female would you want to have president? What female would you want to have president? What female would you want to have president? Yes, dear.
Mm, hey, I just saw what
Thank
you
you,
say.
by the way. Thank you. I want to say thank you for yesterday. Was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday.
Oh, you don't have to say thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
But yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is a hot mess. I
Do,
just
do,
can't.
do tell.
I mean, I just feel like um, I just feel like every time somebody of no color comes into a room, everybody just starts doing all this extra stuff. Arguing, you're right. I'm not getting ready to be, And I know what was his name, Uncle what?
Uncle Tom?
With the glasses, the one, the Rubik's
Oh,
Cube.
that's Uncle Jeff. That's Uncle
Yeah,
Jeff.
Uncle Jeff. Uncle Jeff, I believe he just comes up there to argue anyway.
No, no, no. His purpose was to seek the intelligence of some of the brothers up there, but little did he know and realize this is all being led by an actual brother. That if he were to truly find out who this asshole really was, then yeah, I don't think he would react this much. But then again, he's a grown man. I'm gonna let him figure it out for himself. I don't have to tell him. He'll find out in the end. He will find out in the end.
Because I was thinking, because I was overhearing something. I did listen to Dr. Umar on Word Radio. Did you hear the latest news about the school?
No, what happened?
Um, and then I'll get right back to, well, because I heard you talking to D. Durrell about it earlier. He was saying that the HVAC, he was on Word Radio. He was saying the HVAC was inspected, or the school was inspected for opening, and there was some things that came up that need to be fixed before they can get approved. Well, before the school gets approved for occupancy, right? Um,
He had
and
that done already, though.
well, no, the inspection, the HVAC is done, but the inspection didn't go through. So there he's looking at, they're not going to have the event for Kwanzaa for the opening, but they're looking at towards the new year. He was saying, I'm just getting this by hearing on the radio. He was saying by the new year they're going to try to do an opening for the community. Not for the kids to go back to school, but for the community, like they were going to do on Kwanzaa. They can't do it yet because they wasn't able to get the occupancy approved. So because there are some things that need to still be fixed after inspection that came out. So, and with them being, with inspectors being professional, they can probably go and they probably are able to pick certain things out that that may have been overlooked or not realized. So that's what happened with that. So it's going to be towards the new year, he was saying.
Well, we all predicted that. We all
Hopefully.
predicted that. I mean,
But
I mean, there should be no. I mean, there should be no issues come August. There should be no issue because again, the kids go back to school in August. But I would. I mean, so they have. He has months before you get the staff in there and figure out a whole bunch of other things that schools do. Um, um, the inspection. How long do you think inspections take?
no, it only takes what, not a day. Not even a whole day. Um,
Okay, So everything should be good and up in order. Not for too long. I'm not worried about all that. But I was kind of figuring he had this done already. He had inspection. He was done with inspection already.
No, they were finished with putting the HVAC in, and I can't
Hmm.
remember about the inspection, but I do know um
When was this recent?
this was
Was this
today.
ready?
Tonight at 8 p.m. Because he goes on Word Radio the first Sunday of every month, I think. So, um, on Word Radio out of Philly, I believe it's out of Philly or somewhere. It's out of somewhere. And with Bob, is it Baba David or Brother David?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, this was tonight at 8 p.m. So they went until about 9:30, and some people asked questions, and then he did go ahead and make that announcement because he said he hadn't had a chance to speak with the public about it because he had been traveling and things like that. Well, basically traveling, and so I'm just hearing this on the radio. I can't. I just figured I'd share it with you because I knew it had came up before. But he was saying something, and that I see with a lot of these people because I know they have their shows and stuff. But I
Mhm.
think you said it earlier. People they pull black cards and stuff when it's convenient, and They were talking about the overall problem with our youth and young black men because someone had called and asked a question, and he was saying that he thought that some black men have let other black men down because all they do is sit up on YouTube and talk and argue. Meanwhile, these kids is out here running around in the streets. Yep. So this is a prime example of that I'm seeing here. Even though I know that people have to do their shows and stuff, but I
Uh-huh.
feel like it's just a bunch of talk, you know.
Yeah. My biggest concern, and I'll have to check it out. I have to check it out though.
Which one? Word
What?
Radio?
How long was this? How long? You said word radio?
Yeah, WRD. He's been
Yeah,
going on
I
there.
have to check.
He's been going on there the first day of every month for years.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, I'll definitely have to check that out though. I'll definitely check that out. So, but thanks for the
Well,
info.
that's if there's a replay because it's live ready. It's aired live. But it might be a replay on the website.
Okay. I'll catch up to it when I can. I'll definitely
Yeah.
catch up to it. Definitely catch up to it. But that was for a sister girl.
Oh,
That is crazy.
right.
No, no, I'm really. Now that I think about it, wait,
Mhm.
hold on. Okay, you said that he went on Baba's show today.
Yeah. Mhm. Tonight at 8 p.m., which he does every first
Oh,
Sunday.
tonight.
Tonight.
Tonight at 8
It was
p.m.
tonight.
Okay.
It was
Okay.
already it aired at 8 p.m. and it ended at about 9:30.
Was he on West Coast or East Coast time?
It was on the East Coast time because he was on when he was on the radio. He was saying that he was just now going into Virginia because for Turner's birthday celebration and tour and stuff down there, and the birthday lecture in Virginia.
Okay.
So he's actually back in the States now. From what I was
Yeah,
hearing,
he was in Africa.
yeah.
He
I
was in
mean,
Africa.
'cause follow on Instagram. If you follow him on Instagram, you'll see he puts up pictures and stuff and all that. So
Uh-huh. Okay, okay, okay. So again, like I said, if it's true, I'm not worried about it because he's gonna come up with it. So I'm not really worried about it.
No,
Not
I just
worried about
figured
it at all. Because you clearly had knuckleheads today. You got trolls, and I don't take the trolls seriously at all. But let's just say again, I'm not worried about anything.
no, I know. I just figured because I didn't know if you had called it. So
No, I don't. I don't even go. Listen, I don't even bother with it. I don't. Okay, I found it. Okay, I found it. Okay, so
oh great.
I found it. So I'll okay. All right, then he should give an update. And if I don't find out from him, then I'll find out from somebody who absolutely that knows him, and she lives here. So I will find out some updates from her as well. So I will definitely find out some updates from her as well.
Okay, well, I mean, Dr. Umar was saying it himself, not unless that was somebody else, pretending to be him. This is what he said.
I got you. I got you. Ain't
Mhm.
no static. No static here. Well, let me get back to this. We'll wrap it up and call it a night. What the fuck am I doing here? All right. Yeah.
Uncle Tom, why do you think he had a difficulty answering the question about violence in the black community?
Because he doesn't want to sound like he's a bigot or a racist. And most white people in this country, like I said, I'm gonna start my TikTok. I keep saying it on how to show white men how to take their nuts back and hold and won't be scared to say shit because they're literally scared. If you ask most white people right now, they'll be like, "Oh, I'm not proud of being white. I'm not proud of my heritage," which to me is just something that. And then, like Uncle Jeff said, he's okay with himself being a bigot and pro-black and all that. But if it was for a white man to say something, it's not the same.
That's not exactly true. I have absolute respect for for a man by the name of David Duke, because David Duke says, "Hi, my name's David Duke. I believe you know my cousins Bo, Luke, and Uncle Jesse. And I don't like gays. I don't like Jews.
I can respect that.
Black people.
I can respect that too.
That. He is a bigot and he is also a racist. And
Sure.
I don't have any problem respecting him. So I don't understand where this perceived vitriol.
He is constant. David Duke is very constant. I will give him that.
I have for white people comes from,
I didn't
other than the fact that it feels like maybe
person.
you and I disagree on a few things, Uncle Tom. But I think other than the need to which and I thank you for taking on the challenge and the charge of the disenfranchised, downtrodden white man.
I'm not taking that on. I could give two shits about their I just want them to motherfucking hold their nuts and stop being scared to say shit in this country that is fucking predominantly white. And y'all are look at white people so scared to tell y'all niggas, tell black people, or tell any other race. Hold on.
Thank you for bringing that to the forefront.
Now you're being an anti right now. Let me finish.
Okay. Well, in my titties, I thank you for bringing that to the forefront.
Okay, well, someone else can drink the milk because I don't want.
Root word,
the point is what I'm saying is.
The word in ridicule is give a fuck.
Yeah, cool. Now here's the problem with it. It all is that the simple fact that damn it, you made me forget my point, motherfucker. Shit. Hold on, I'm gonna get it back.
It was small. Reach for it. You'll find it.
Yeah, that's why I hate niggas.
White people that hold their nuts and speak.
Yes.
Yeah,
The
there you
fact
go.
of the
Thank you,
matter is,
Reverend.
white people can't hold their nuts and speak around, but and then predominantly white, they're so forgiving that they will tell you motherfuckers, allow you to motherfuckers say you owe us for reparation, considering that we dominated your black asses. That's what let's just go over it. And not only them, they dominated the motherfucking Indians, and they're paying them motherfuckers for being losers at war.
Uncle Tom,
Any other country, there's not been a motherfucker saying, "Hey, I'm gonna pay you for losing a war."
Well,
Where does that work at?
Did you understand why I asked the question? I wonder if anybody catches it.
I don't know. Go ahead. Tell me why.
If I ask someone, how do you stop violence?
Mm-hmm.
Right? In a general sense. Well, what about in poor communities?
Oh, yeah, I know why you answered. I know why you asked it.
That was a good question, too.
How can you stop violence? How can you stop violence in the with white folks killing black folks? How could you why wasn't that question, why was that question not being asked then? Why is police brutality still a thing? Anybody have an answer?
What did he mean by people said they were going to say, "Hey, we're going to pay you guys reparations"? They didn't say, "Hey, we're going to pay you reparations." People had to stand up and say something about it or do something about it. It's not like they popped up and was like, "We're going to pay you," right? That's they only did it probably after people kept, bringing it up, and after a certain amount of generations, they probably, gave into it, and up until now, and said, you know what, and then we still haven't got reparations as black people. So, but I don't know how to. Well, I would say that you could stay in your own spaces, but Pop that I used to talk to, we called him Pop, and he was 90 something at the time, and he said it doesn't matter whether you mess with them or not, they're going to mess with you, because he said, I told you this a million times. We unlocked. They even when you were walking down the street or the road, because it probably was some dirt roads. Then he said that you would have, if you were black, you would have to jump in the bushes, because whether you were doing something and hide till they rode by, because whether you were doing something or not, they was going to try to get you. So that
This is what I would.
uh-huh.
This is what I would say. And to your question, Bridget, not yes and no. Yes and no. It's quite complicated. And to your question, why does he talk like this? He's been talking like that for years.
And I have
Even
another
on
thing that
what?
that when you, because, and that's a whole thing in teachings, that because I used to be in a group called African Warrior Tradition, and what we did, we did what you were talking about now, not saying how can we end violence, but how can we train ourselves in combat, because you have a lot of people that are not trained in combat, they're not trained in strategy, and they're not trained in or knowing what actual protection is. So, and that's why I started the Women's Protection Foundation. And when we don't protect ourselves, of course, then we see what happens. And I'll tell you more about African warrior tradition when people have more time. But that was a part of a way. So us black people, we did have structure and strategy, but some black people don't know about it, and they don't know how to carry themselves out here. But one thing I can say, you always have to look at your surroundings. You know your surroundings, or before you go somewhere, or sometimes just sit back and watch. But
I
I'll tell
I
y'all
don't
more
have
about
a
it.
Rubik's cube. I don't have a Rubik's cube. I never was good at that stuff. But it takes a lot of time and patience for that there Rubik's
And
cube.
guess what? He
But
probably knows how to do way more than a Rubik's cube. So yeah, people can minimize it to Rubik's Cube all they want to, but like you said, when the guns and stuff start blazing, then they howling about, oh, look what they did to us. What I'm saying is he know how to do way more than a Rubik's Cube. Trust that. And
Yeah,
because and that's
the brother
also a
has
book
actually
called that we read called and it explains the nature.
the brother has been in the military for since what, a good 10 plus years. No, I'm sorry, 6 plus years.
Who's that?
So, oh, Uncle Jeff.
No, not
So,
Uncle Jeff. I'm talking about the white dude. This is what I'm talking about when we try to minimize stuff, and we're talking about when I say he knows how to do way more than a Rubik's Cube. So you can try to act like you're showing him how to do a Rubik's Cube, but when, like you said, it comes to violence and different in combat and different things like that, they know way more than a Rubik's Cube. And
got you,
like I said,
got you.
I've actually been in African warrior tradition. So and another book was called Ancient Future, which it explains the cadence of these people. And when you talk about how can you end violence, this is their cadence. This is their stance. And that's one thing that we don't get when we say how can we end this violence. This is their violence. They have the cadence of war. Um, the Wazungu, that's what they call them. Or W people,
I
but
was gonna have you text me and give me some of the female warrior tribes, but I'm gonna have you do that some point later.
well, we don't do that. We don't. For one, it's not tribes, and then we don't do that. All women and men were in there together
What
because
do you mean tribes?
it's not like just because women were in the group, he was going over a bunch of women tribes and women warriors and stuff like that. We and some stuff I don't remember, but he would go. We would go over strategies, how to position ourselves, strategies that war tactics that Africans used that did not work or why they didn't work, where to place yourself, and that's why I was trying. It's that's what African warrior tradition is about. But in this book, also they talk about the cadence. They talk about the cadence of war, and and they talk about basically. I'll say again that these people they have this is a part of how they move. Um, and I could even take it to a deeper level, but that's something that we need to understand, and we need to realize that it's not something that stops. This is something that's went on, and it's something that will continue to go on because you have to understand what you're dealing with.
As
And
far as what?
as far as Wazungu, and that Wazungu is means in Africa, it means more than one uh more than one white person, but this is what I mean by that. When they talk about how can you end violence against white people, I mean violence and all this other stuff and wondering this and wondering that, it's like you don't get it by now. Like to do what was done to us in slavery, that should tell you right there. It's
I
not.
don't think they're interest. I don't think many black folks today are interested in African culture or what they would call it nigeriality for that matter. I don't think
No,
they
these are
would.
actual authors and scholars who receive these.
Again, I don't
Yeah,
think
they're
they.
not just average Negroes like you seeing on YouTube and stuff like that. These are people who wrote books and actually done stuff for Black people.
Well,
Um,
again, I don't think they
they
actually give
cannot
it.
believe in it all they want to, but it doesn't change what you're dealing with by nature. It's called the nature of the beast. Even though we're
Okay,
human beings, but
their
just for
nature. You have to understand that their nature is money,
is war
power,
and money. Yes,
power.
absolutely. Now you on track. Now you're on track. And when you understand that, you won't be sitting around, you'll train yourself in combat. And I think a lot of I've never read that book, but I think you suggested that people, and it probably talks about it from the sound of it. Tell me if it does, but The Art of War, does it talk about, does The Art of War talk about that?
Sanzu, yes.
Okay, so you get where I'm coming from, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because I was trying to find a little excerpt out of here, the principle of rhythm, and we have the rhythm is they're running stuff over to get, they're not going to stop. You understand what I'm saying? To achieve what they want to achieve, they will do what they have to do. Um, Even if it
Um.
means taking a few of their own,
Uh.
and that's something we don't.
Gila wants to know if is there a certain person that you're defending?
As far as
What specific points that you actually talked about? Is there a specific person, or are you just talking about tribes in general?
I'm talking about people in general.
People in
Well, black
okay.
people. When you ask how can we end violence from black people against white,
Communities. No,
yeah,
against
white
community.
violence against black communities. Um, and that's why I went into that, because to stand around and keep asking that question, I felt like I said maybe I'll just mention it again, that they're not changing. We're the only ones sitting over here confused and acting like we don't see the forest for the trees. A tiger does not change its stripes, for example.
And
But
I just
no, nobody in particular.
and I just told you they don't care. They really don't care. All they care about again is money and power. And a little bit of white this and a little bit of white that. That's all they ever care about. Them talking about tribalist stuff is far fetched for them ever talking about that ever again, because they want that shit in the past. That's why they don't talk about Black history as much. Black history is about to be the thing of the past. That's why they don't put it in. It's the same thing in Florida. That's why they don't put it in the books. It's the same thing in Florida. They want to erase Black history from existence, and saying that Black people had it good in slavery because they benefited from it. How? How did we ever benefit from slavery? If we benefited from slavery, didn't wouldn't we have our own property by now? I would be going straight to Washington and all these other particular states if we ever were a part of the economic system, but we're not. This is what these fools are actually telling you. They don't want to get with your program. They want to get with their program, their actual program, because yours don't exist. As a matter of fact, you are almost dead last, because you have Asians, you have whites, you have Hispanics, and you have the what you call it, the Arab community, right? All over here trying to get a buck. And what do? We go online and talk all this noise about how Black women don't give men any type of respect that they deserve. You don't deserve any type of respect. You know why? Because you don't do anything for yourselves, actually. And there's a reason why they don't even tolerate you anymore. All they got to do is take their gun out, pull the trigger, and blow your freaking brain out. That's all they ever do. These people here, they do not care. And they will tell you to your face, I do not care about your stance, ma'am. As a matter of fact, what if he was here? If he was here, you know what Mr. Let Go would tell you? Mr. Let Go would definitely tell you, sit down and be quiet. Chaotic Truth would come up here and he would tell you, go make me a sandwich and go clean some dishes. And this is the reason why you have Priscilla. This is the reason why you have the Cynthia G's, which you do support.
Why you I thought you said you wanted her on the show. Yeah, I do. I think Cynthia's doing a good job.
Who?
I thought because yesterday I was like, you're gonna have Cynthia next. She was like, no.
No, I ain't gonna have Cynthia up here. She don't want to come up here.
You said the same thing about Priscilla.
And I'm still sticking with that. That was I don't want to say an accident, but I wasn't expecting that. Do you see my view? I don't know. No. I don't even. I wasn't even entertaining. I was gonna do something else because I had low energy that day. But I'm not paying over $1,000 to have this woman come over to my platform. No, hell no. She ain't even that entertaining to me. As a child of an African man and an African woman, I feel kind of a weight listening to this. Oh, you know what? Listen. How do I put it? It's not. Man, I lost all train of thought. Oh, okay. Here we go. It's not the fact that I mean, you're gonna feel uncomfortable listening to geeks like these. You're gonna feel uncomfortable due to the fact that they don't care about their African lineage. They just don't. None of them would tell you who they really are, except for the fact that they will say that they are American. How? Just because you were born here doesn't mean that your real nationality, your ethnicity is of that. It's not. Because I can tell you I am an African descent. But of what culture and of what tribe, I haven't found that out yet. Just because you have a little Irish or a little Japanese or a little or Turkish or a little this or a little that does not mean when you wake up in the morning and you see that brown skin, meaning that you're that ethnicity. You're not. Because you come in two primary nationalities. You come in African, European, or otherwise. But they don't, but I'm telling you, Gila, that they don't care. But a person like Jeff Brown, if I were there, it would be not an even playing field, but I can tell you that both of us would not tolerate this subordinates. It wouldn't, but that's not my platform. That's not his platform. That's somebody else's platform who also hates himself. Who literally hates himself. That's it. That was spontaneous. I know. But it's the truth. It's the truth. Nevertheless, they don't like who they are because they've seen so many years. There's so many years and so many times before of Black people failing, but they never witnessed any Black people being successful.
But you know what? And that's the thing. Um, we see it as a failure because the way that we were, our rhythm is our rhythm, even though we had stuff going on too, but our rhythm, our natural rhythm is, I don't, from what is explained, that we already had our own property, which is where we were. People started coming in on us. So it wasn't like we were going out there looking for people to fight, from my knowledge. You understand what I mean? So people feel like that's a failure because we didn't choose violence. And because these people were willing to, you know, murder and and do whatever they had to do to try and take from other people. And you feel like because you're not doing that, and that's part of our problem as people sometimes, like we feel like because we're not doing that, we want to do what they do. We feel like that's a failure. And because I think that'll always be a question, like, why did we have to go in bondage? You know, but we have to ask ourselves that, why do we, you know, and it teaches you something that
and it's oh, okay.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, I somewhat agree. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, no, people think that because we went in bondage that that was a weakness. Um, and because these people were willing, they are willing to use violence, they're willing to use guns, they're willing to use whatever they have to use. And we feel like because of that, that, you know, that was a failure for us. But underneath that, um, but there were African people or black people who actually took their own lives before they went into bondage. And the only person you have to answer to is God. But like I said, I do believe that's why some people, you know, throughout my studies, because I've asked myself the same question. And but then again, um is that what you want to do? Do you want to go and, you know, murder people and destroy the planet and different things like that? Would that be a win for you? And you know, if you had other people in bondage, then you would feel like you were a winner. So that's just my
No,
own question. But I think,
no, no. You were property. You wouldn't destroy anything because you needed people to let's just put it this way. An African person back then, depending upon the slave master, once once on stage brought all these particular Africans into existence. Then they would determine through your length, through your height, through your weight, if you were to the strongest to the weakest, how much you were, how much value do you bring, and how well you would survive. So, and plus, you're not a slave yet because you were still in chains. So when that particular European came to you and embarrassed you in front of everyone, and there was absolutely nothing you can do about it, then he would say, well, this man is worth, let's just say, a quarter. All right. And then they would start bidding, you know, a quarter, 50 cent, 75 cents. I'm just saying it in difference. I don't even know how much a slave was back then. But once you were sold to that particular master, which means you were considered property. And how much property value was? Guess what? You were valued by how much you bring to that household, into that household or whatever. And of course, if you got out of line, he would have to get rid of you, which means he would what? Lose his value. and this is right, and white folks are not the only ones in this. There were black slave masters too, but you had it good, almost just as well, kind of. Well, I wouldn't say good at all. You had it just as bad with the black slave master than the white slave master. But the white
I
slave
really
master,
want to see these black slave masters. I really do.
they're there. All
I
you gotta
really
do is
see
look
them.
them up.
Yeah, pull it up.
One of them. I'm not gonna pull it up now. I'm about to go to bed.
Okay. She said, "Do you want me to pull it up?" I didn't know. I wouldn't expect you to do anything of pulling nothing up. I thought you offered to pull it up. So
Oh, my bad. I'm talking about listening to the sister. Oh, yeah. I'm in agreement. But then again, I'm like just going about reality based and saying that they don't really care about their heritage. They really don't, and it bothers me because she wanted me to listen. I was actually listening to you, but I was just giving my clarification of they just do not care at all. But
what you saying? These brothers here don't care about their heritage?
hell no,
So
not
why are they
including.
asking questions about what's going on in the black community? Like, why don't they just go
No,
ahead
the
and
question was no, the question was how. Oh yeah, the question was by Aaron. How do we stop violence in the black community? That was his question.
you have to get up and go out there, and sometimes people will go on foot because sometimes you would have pastors. Matter of fact, I think Dr. Umar's father does that, and then you would have different pastors. They would go up there on the corner. They would go and, just for example, you don't have to be a pastor, but you would get up out of your chair and go ahead and put your feet on the ground. I think they call it boots on the ground or something. Um, and pull these kids out the street. Because I seen, like I said, my grandfather was a pastor. Like his boys, he had 14 kids, and then he had us. But his boys, they got in trouble. When he would pull them out, he would pull them out. He would go literally physically pull them out. Like everybody knew when that van hit that corner, they like go. You might as well run because he'll get with it. You know what I mean? And it's a scary thing, like you said. For me, I'm just little old me, but and then also the women, my mother used to do prison ministry. And the women also would get up there and they would have church outside. Just for example, you don't have to have church, but they would go outside and meet people where they was at.
What do you mean by that?
What meeting people were, that's when they go up on the block. That's when we call the block. You know where the block is. They would go
Yeah.
up on the block and they would set up. Or if they see one of their kids out there on the block, if they, like I said, for my pop out as example, they knew if they seen that van, they would tell them, oh, I see the van, so they would have to run somewhere because he would physically get out and pull them out of the streets. It might didn't work, but guess what? It'll work for somebody. But if you want to ask how to end that, that's a way, because you gotta straight up let these young people know what time it is, and also let them know.
Yeah, but that's like one of those community issue things. All right, see you later. It was one of those community things that was discussed with church members, people of the church, and every other Wednesday they'll come by and they say, "Well, we need to do a neighborhood watch," and that
No,
doesn't
that's
happen
how
anymore.
this was. This is straight gutter. But like you said, the women. My mom would do prison ministry. That's when you go into the prison, um, and she's been doing that since she was younger. But that's when you go into the prison. But no, I'm talking about it. You're not really being all that nice about it. You know, but some people will go and sing songs, or they will go, preach. But I just use that as an example. You can do it on different levels. You don't have to do it with church. You can do it as yourself. But just for example, I just used those were church people that did that. So that's why I use them as an example. But anybody can do it, really. It's just people that chose to do it happen to be in church. But yeah, you or me, I could do it. I'd go out there and talk to. If I have a chance, what I'll do, I talk to someone. I won't, because it's just me. Because that can be really dangerous. Like my papa, he was a rough dude. Like, I mean, he wasn't rough because he was older when I met him, but he had he came up, a certain way. So same thing for
I got
So it's not like they're going out there and being nice. And when I say he pulled them, that means you jacking people up, throwing punches if you got to. You know what I mean? Like, that's the type of first preacher. I mean, not preacher, but that's the type of father.
Yeah, that was then. That was then. I wish it was now.
And they
Well, let me play the rest of it. They what?
I said, and the boys, that's what they used to call them, the boys. They went right back out there.
And have you? I need to see. Hopefully season 4 does come out, and I have to see it full screen. But I'm gonna go ahead and swallow my pride and go and watch The Boys.
No, The Boys that's my uncle's. That's what they used to call them, the boys, because he had so many kids.
I know what you were talking. I was just talking in reference of The Boys, the actual TV show. I was gonna actually just go ahead and watch that shit. But I
don't watch a lot of TV because we have to understand.
You and my cousin. You and my oldest cousin. I don't know why, but I was like, "Do you not see the news?" It's like, no, it's because news is all around us. We're nothing but news.
I got, and also when you ask how can we stop the violence and things, it's because of it was TV, it's the video games, it's the
video games, yes.
What they call it, indoctrination or something, and the programs, and it's the TV and different things like that where they learn a lot of stuff. Because first it was you see different things on there, little soft porn, and then they have weapons, they have people doing crazy stuff. They made a series about Dahmer. So, for people to see that, for kids to see that on TV, if they happen to look at it while their parents not looking, or any way they get a hold of these different things. So, but it's more than that. I'm just saying, since you said something about TV.
Got you. Well, let me play the rest of this clip, and I'm about to head out and get something to eat and go to sleep.
To Aaron, I like what you answered.
And
the first question was good, and the follow-up question was it.
People still actually
follow-up question was perfect. That was great. I saw what you did. I was like, that was magical.
I didn't have a chance to answer it. I just got here.
So no, that we was talking about hear me out when Hear Me Out was here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll answer the question after you pause.
You can answer the question.
Who hear me out of me?
Okay.
Wow. I don't.
Hold on. Also, do I believe police decrease violence? Yes, but I've been told by everyone
that's what he asked.
that the black community doesn't like police.
Well, there's a reason for that, but I don't know why. I don't know if that was the question he asked.
No, you asked why I said what I did. Like I was avoiding the question. No, I was answering it based on the information I had.
Well, the question was, how do you stop violence in the black community?
No, that's not what he said.
Right, and I don't know how to do that without police.
He said in poor communities.
No, he said black community.
Oh,
sir.
black communities.
Yes, he
Okay,
did.
okay.
That
Well,
was the original question like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay, Aaron, could you repose? Is that exactly the question?
The original question to him, just hear me out intentionally, was how do you stop violence in the black community?
Mhm.
Now, of course, I know he would hesitate to answer the question, right? It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out. But I thought he might take a stab at it because, it's Fight Club. Some people here, never mind, right?
Mhm.
There's a level of fear there, right? Now, Uncle Tom, he don't like to deal with that, so he gonna call
Hold on.
you.
I asked him myself, how do you stop?
Yeah. So,
Okay.
so the reason for the question is, right?
Okay.
I'm gonna give you the insight, right? Is that if I asked him how do you stop violence just in poor communities, he'd have an answer. He wouldn't say, I don't know. And the reason why the question is so important is, do you think the violence exists because of race? Because if you remove the race component, we're just talking about violence. It shouldn't matter what race, if anything, is.
Are you talking about
at all.
temperament now?
Sure.
Uh-oh.
Sure.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
No, wait. I don't believe it exists because of race.
No, he's
What
not
the
saying
fuck?
that.
Sure.
And it goes to
Got
what I was saying, We-On-Loc. When people are trained in combat and they go and they, because I have, people in my family, or like my own father, he would, they have license to carry. But if people are trained in combat, that is another way that we can end violence also as well. Because, people probably be more hesitant because of the way that we view each other through the jaundiced eyes. They'd be more hesitant to run up on you because they know everybody's trained in combat. Everybody's knowledgeable. You know what I mean? So people gonna be more hesitant because you know how they say you get in a fight, and then people stop messing with you. Well, but if you train in combat, I believe that's also a way to end violence because when you're trained, you know when to react. You know how to basically handle a weapon, and if the violence is from a weapon, which I'm speaking of right now. So you know how to handle a weapon. You know how some people will accidentally shoot themselves in the foot. And that stuff happens, but when you're trained though, even just being trained how to handle a weapon, you got some kids that's probably just learning how to do it, just knowing how to do it. They need these older men's guidance and these trainers, which, like I was in African warrior tradition, but they need guidance to understand how to execute properly, or however y'all do it. You know what I mean? So you got me up here. I'm a black woman. I'm talking about. Look, I got my hand on my hip. Look, I'm trying to do everything I can. So we need the men too. They have to do this gun training and stuff because these kids that way they don't have to be curious. They can feel confident and skilled, and also able to protect. And when they get old enough, they can protect their families. You don't have to run around here and be stressing and guessing. And we can't leave our kids like that. If we see a hole, we say, hold up, don't step in the hole. But make a long story short, I think that weapons training, or whatever you call, what would you call that, We-On-Loc? You can help me. Weapons training, I think that would be a good way to end violence.
weapons training. Okay, let me
Because
let me
you
help you
got
out. No. Let me help you out. You give a young person, a weapon. You can train them as much as you like, but it's the mentality, the mental stability of it. What are you going to, or how are you going to train these kids when some of them, not all, have a mindset of wanting to kill one another?
no, that's not what that is. And once you nip that in the bud, because let me tell you, there are kids that know how to use a firearm, first of all, and like I said, us as a community will have to
So
decide.
you would take it upon yourself to put a
No, I
gun in
said
a child's hands
age, and we
without educating their mental mind first?
see. I know what I'm doing. I'm trying to help other people, and what I'm telling you is that these people have their kids using weapons at a very early age. Okay, it's not a machine. I don't know, but they know how to use them, and not saying they're going to use them. And that's a part of training, like you said, being in a mental state. Just because you know how to use it doesn't mean you have to use it, and that's a part of what I believe could start to try to help end violence. I said us as a community would have to decide what age that would begin. Um, I'm it's not up to me to decide. We could all be like, this is a good age. We need to start, teaching them. But there are other people or other cultures who teach their children at a very early age how to use a weapon because, like,
Yeah, white folks, white children get taught at a very young age how to
there's
use a weapon.
African kids who there's been weapons placed in their hands. They know how to use weapons as
Not
well.
like
I think
that.
she was
Not
from
like
Africa.
that.
Yes, they do. These kids know how to do everything. You see how they be
No,
jumping in.
not like what a white person does. Dylan Roof, for example.
No, you talk about kids. It's different kids out here. Like they're, because that's how they would get them back in Africa. The children and stuff, how it got colonized because they would kill their parents, and then they would all get them in like these in an orphan type situation, and they would show them how to use weapons and say, "Well, come on over here. We'll give you some food, give you something to wear and stuff." And they don't have their parents.
So you saying that in African,
There are African children, yes, also know how to use. There are African children that are in gangs, and they know how to use weapons. It depends on where you at, but here, I don't know.
but that's not popularized as much.
I'm not
They're
saying
engaged
right.
because they don't have a choice.
Well, my main point is, I just thought I would mention it.
It's a population problem over there. Something is definitely wrong over there, but we don't know because we're stuck here in America. We don't even know how to figure our own shit out.
No, I'm just telling you, there are black children that do know how to use weapons. But when you said you said white kids teach their children how to use weapons.
But listen. I could care less what happens in Africa. I'm worried about the children over here.
No,
let them figure. Let the people over there in Africa figure it out. Well, I'm worried about the children over here because if we can't figure out the shit over here, how the hell we gonna worry about the shit over there? How the hell we gonna have to figure some shit out over there?
I put it like
we can't. We have to potentially protect our children and educate our children, and yet have to build some shit.
Meanwhile,
I think John Henry Clark. I think it was John Henry Clark that said, "If we can't figure out our shit here in America, how the hell are we gonna figure some shit out? Some shit we never been."
No, the only reason why I said that, if you will allow me, is because I did use it as a crutch for African American children because I don't know how many African American children actually know how to use a weapon or actually have or is experienced and is being taught this stuff. That's why I did use it as a crutch because I said I know there are black children that know how to use weapons, but I will say that I do think that training as far as African American children, I would say it would be a good thing to try to help end violence because like you said, it's about the mindset, like you said, not teaching them that they need to go out and use a weapon, but showing them how and how to protect themselves, and that way they don't have to feel like running around here stressing and guessing, accidentally shooting somebody, grabbing a gun from underneath a pillow, because that happens also as well, not just in Black communities, but it happens. So there's all kinds of ways, yeah, and that's what I was thinking. Um, because there's a lot of gun violence.
It's not as much gun violence well, I will put it to you this way. There's only violence here due to the fact that they're not educating the kids carefully on how to use a gun. And why would you not supervise that child thoroughly and properly how to use a gun or when to use it? I can teach my 9-year-old child how to use a gun. However, it wouldn't be in his presence, it would be locked up until he can convince me. Until he can convince me, he can be responsible enough. Just like driving a car. If he can show me the responsibility of how to drive a car, if he can show me the responsibility on how to write a pay stub or not pay stub, a check, how to write a check, how to pay a bill, how to mow the lawn, how to do the simplest things around the house.
Like I said, it would be at what age you would be comfortable. I'm not saying a specific age children need to be taught. Maybe someone who's a little bit more knowledgeable about something like that, and I can look into it.
You could teach. You could teach a child. You could teach a child at 6 years old. But the thing about it is, you don't put it in their possession. Now, to give a child a gun at a certain age, well, I would say at age 16. Because what are you doing? What are you doing with a gun at age 8? I have to supervise you.
Absolutely.
Supervise you. Literally. Supervise you. You have to be taught by me. And of course, I wouldn't have to tell you when to use it, how to use, because number one, you wouldn't be using it in the first place. Once you are on your own, once you develop the brain, you're still developing the brain. Once you have graduated, in my eyes, to clarify that you need to be in control of a gun, then and only then will I give you the the, the actual tool, and hopefully you would have kept my knowledge, and that's the only thing that I ask for, is that you kept my knowledge, and when you when you hit the real world, that you don't use it on anyone unless you have to. That is hard and difficult to deal with.
And not let them together and take
hood purposes, in hoods, I don't even know if I showed you this clip of some juveniles beating up on one person, right? He pulls out, some guy in the middle of it pulls out an AR out of his pants, pulls an AR. An AR is a machine gun. He pulls the AR out of his pants and pistol whips him. Pistol whips the boy that they attacked.
Right. So now I was that's definitely violent. So what could we have done to stop that?
Call the police. because there were at least 13. There were
But
13,
people don't want
maybe
to call the police.
15.
What do you do?
Huh?
So yeah, and that's the end of the story, really. I mean, is you call the police if you want to end violence if something like that
How
happens.
do we teach our children to value life and still be responsible for their own preservation?
Preservation.
Preservation.
It took me a second
Well,
because I'm on the phone.
well,
Exactly, sis. I think that's sis. I can't
well,
see.
number one, you take. Well, number
Jelly with
one,
yeah.
you
See,
have
they
to take control of your. No, he's not
and
here.
you know what? I really don't want to talk too much, but I did want to speak out on that because when people be trying like gloss over stuff or they keep having all these different conversations and stuff and you still got stuff going on, like it's like you said with these kids and gun violence and stuff like that, it triggered me, no pun, and because and like brother which would say, we're not gonna do the whole we gotta do better speech.
Well, let me put it. Let me put
Feel
it this
for,
way.
we feel for the community and we feel for our sisters, our aunts, our loved ones, our brothers, our sisters, our nephews. We just feel for just everybody, and that way, that's why what drives us to be passionate, some of us, about, especially in something like this when it talks about violence in the community, like I was saying, it needs to stop. So
And the only, well, I would give in a better detail, but let me just put it this way. First of all, as a parent, I must be responsible for my own children. Number one, not everybody has the luxury of saying stuff like this because there's too much controversy in the man and the woman anyway. But how do you become responsible for our children learning the value of life and still have the responsibility of their own perseverance? Well, I ask you this: how many times do you have to tell a person to brush their teeth? Let me just put it that way. How many times do you have to tell a person to brush their teeth, wash their face, uh, get your clothes ready for school, do your homework and stuff like that? That's the part of a parent. If I am not a parent at that point of time, not telling my child what it is and what it's in for, then I'm not a parent at all. Because
yeah, you
he's gonna
individually
sit there
feel
wilding
like
all over. Hold on. He's gonna be sitting there all over the place. He's gonna be all over the place with it, and I cannot allow him to trail other than vertically, because if he goes horizontal, I'm in trouble. If he goes vertical meaning he has my plans, he has my instruction, I am teaching him discipline, which is not taught most enough.
just like
Person
without the community and us talking about how we can get things prepared for these up and coming, even
I
just
just
making
said
it
that.
open.
I just said that.
And
I
I'm
just
like, because
yo,
it has
microphone is
to
tricky.
out, 'cause I know.
We and I repeat, we we have to teach our children. Well, in order for us to become in order for us, in order for us to become a community, a village, it starts with the two, the mother and the father. And then once you get your kids and once you have your kids in order, then I
Perfect.
can worry about the person. Hold on. You can worry about the person across the street. You can worry about the other person that's not your son or your daughter. But it starts with you guys first. It starts with me. It starts with my wife. It starts with my children. Then it starts with everybody else. You have to be in the make. More importantly, you must be in control of self. Self.
But like I was telling you yesterday,
Say
you
that again.
have to open. You have to, like sis was saying here, and since my kids are grown now, okay, I could easily say the same thing, but I'm not going to do that. What Dr. Umar said tonight, he was like, we done emancipated our children at 18 or 16. But no, and the more every year I'm a parent, I see that. But I understand. We're not saying that nothing's gonna happen to your son or your daughter at all. It doesn't have to, and this is what we're saying here. And sis, she had a comment here, so I don't want you to ever think because, and I do take that to heart because my kids are older now, and your kids are younger than mine, and I'm not directing it towards anything like that. This is what I'm saying, so we can protect. See, protection is moving ahead of time, and that's why she said we have to do it because we're on one accord with the ending the violence, and that's also to get prepared for. Even though time is of the essence, and every year our kids get older, we're getting it prepared for the younger kids. Is all we're telling you. So I wouldn't want you to think that I was directing anything towards your two, or right
Mm,
at all. You know that doesn't have to happen, and this is what we're doing. We're protecting in advance, and that's what women do. But that's all. I wasn't
when
directing.
you take, when you take, well, when you take a life, you have to give back to where that life was being taken from. Otherwise, you just abused. You're abusing your environment. I can see that. Yeah, I do agree. But how can you get once you take? I mean, once you take a life, it's gone. Ain't no coming back.
Well,
Yeah.
violence, and this is what we're saying. Violence
I mean,
is
the
like,
only thing you got, but hold on. The only thing you can do at that point is uh join their family. They miss it. They lose a child. They just regain one back by taking you in. But one thing you have to do is convince them. Number one, that you're very cooperative because there's some healing. Number one, there's some healing there that's going to need to take place. You took somebody's life. That's going to have to be some convincing.
well, it's not. It happens every day, but like you said, that is something very personal. Someone will have to deal with. But even, and you know what, just cutting it off ahead of time, and that's what we're trying to do. Because I would like to see what the sister was saying, or what anybody was saying, but I think that's what we're doing and trying to protect, and speaking out about it since it got brought up, since they want to ask old boy what to do about it. So um yeah, cutting it off ahead of time so that way it doesn't have to go there. So we seeing, like you said, we're gonna get them educated. What was you saying? I mean, you feel free to create the curriculum, because their curriculums are being created by and for Black children and Black people. Because I was in this group where they're creating a curriculum, but one thing about her is that Sister Nkajeka, she's strict. Like, she wants it to, if she asks for something to be turned in, she means about the work. So
Sister
there,
who?
yeah, it's correct. You don't know her, but she's this powerful woman I met. Um, in the community, and she's doing a curriculum, an African curriculum, and it's going to be something you never seen before. So I'm looking forward to, because she's an expert, and there's other experts working, and they let me be in the group, but then she asked for an assignment to be turned. It's not an assignment. All she wanted to do, and I could have got you guys to do it for me, but she wanted me to just tell about myself, and she wanted me to tell, because they already met me before, but then she wanted me to type. She wanted me to type um what, like, my experience, like, not my experience, but my experience in the field, or that could possibly apply, or anything interesting that so that's all I had to do, and I still haven't done it yet. But she has other stuff, some other powerful people, but it's an African curriculum. Of course, I think they all live in Africa though. But the thing is, I'm just excited to even be a part, or even be able to be in the rooms, because it's stuff that you didn't even. These people, they have something special for these kids, or whoever. I don't know if they're going to do an adult curriculum, because they already have classes for. Hey, I just looked up. They have
Angelica,
classes, but yeah, let me know, ladies,
Yeah,
or
it's me. I don't
yeah,
know if you can hear
gentlemen,
me okay.
if
I can
y'all
hear
want
you
to know
fine.
more about it.
I can hear you fine.
Uh,
Go ahead.
yeah, good evening. How are you two doing?
Hey.
Good.
Good. Yeah,
Let me
so
turn that.
I've been
So you
listening, and
heard
I'm
this debacle. You heard this debacle, and you were basically commenting on a real good deal. And I understand what you were saying, and so I was trying to explain to Big Mama that, yeah, in order for us to actually be um, not on guard, but prepare ourselves for the worst, it starts with the parents. It has to start with the parents, and then it can start when once you get your kids in order, then you can help other people's kids, and that's just something that needs to be done, and it's been replicated throughout the years. White folks do it all the time. White folks know how to hand a kid a gun at a very early age and tell him and when how to shoot the doggone thing. So I was agreeing everything that you were saying.
Thank you.
so yeah, I think my perspective on it is a little bit different,
Mhm.
right? I'll keep it
Okay.
kind of short because I'm like literally on vacation, but I did want to kind of chime in for a second. Um,
Oh, thank you.
So for me, it's about, I don't know if you guys understand like the concept of like individual impact, right?
Mhm.
And like the pay it forward concept where you do good and then that good affects another person and it makes them want to do good somewhere else, and
Yeah.
then so on and so on, right?
Mhm.
So like I was saying in
Like
the
a big brother, little
comments,
brother program.
not necessarily programs, but one person, right? So I'm pretty sure all of us as adults can think back to one person that has said one thing that's made you change the way that you've thought about life altogether. Even if it may not have been in that moment, it was at a later point in time where you were like, oh snap, well, when so and so said X, Y, and Z to me, I didn't realize it then, but what I know now was so powerful that it just made me view the way that I did whatever it was completely different, and I had to start moving differently because of it. And for me, it's about the concept of violence comes from a multitude of places when we're talking about American society. We're talking about poverty, we're talking about a fostering of violence in culture, when it comes to media, so on and so forth, right? That kind of glamorize this kind of thug culture or this thug identity or gang
Mm-hmm.
identity. But
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying is, before we even get that far, we ourselves need to pull back as individuals, right? And for some of us as adults, it's too late. Like, we can't, some of us cannot get out of, oh, well, I like this music. I like living this way. I like wearing clothes that look just like so and so that's on the TV, or modeling myself after X, Y, and Z that also fosters and popularizes some of those ideals, right? That essentially negatively impact our community, right? So,
Mm-hmm.
like I was saying, when in the chat, like at 6 years old, my son was gutting fish. And the reason why I taught him how to gut fish is because I wanted him to understand, like, it's not just about taking life, but you have to go from the process of catching that fish, pulling that fish out of the water, taking that fish's life, whether it be with a rock or a knife to the head or whatever it was, and then gutting that fish to ultimately get to that fish being on your plate. Why? Because it gives you respect for what the process is and what you're doing. You start to view that whole process of, oh, I have to prepare to fish. I have to make sure I have my license, my lures, my fishing poles, my bait, the whole nine. Like, there's a whole different concept behind, like, I mean, for people who like to fish, they get it. But even when it comes to other things, like, I used to send my son out to camps, right? Now, it wasn't just about, like, some people want to send their kids to the boys, the Boy Scouts or something like that. I wanted my son to be out in the fucking woods, in the middle of nothing. And the reason why I wanted to do that, because I wanted him to experience, without the creature comforts of life. And again, this, not everybody has those resources, but without our traditional creature comforts, life is completely different. How to sustain yourself is completely different than you being underneath of mom's roof, and you getting this and you're getting that, and you don't have to worry about food, but you're actually going out and trying to figure out, well, how do I do this? Okay, I got to trap this, I got to do that, I have to actually listen to these people that are adults around me, because if I don't listen to them, that may mean that I don't get to eat tonight if I don't follow instructions exactly how they say. And I'm saying all this to say is that, I think the way that we're starting to prepare our children is vastly different. I'm not saying you have to follow my model. It was something that I did because I had the resources to do it. And I know that not everybody has that. What I am saying, though, is that one of the things fundamentally that we don't do is we don't teach our children about valuing life in general. We make it way too easy for them, way too easy. And I'm not saying be militant with your kids, but you have to make them work for it. It's not just about, oh, we live in America, you get the air conditioning, but I'm saying you as a parent, you need to take your kids out in the woods, take them to the botanical gardens, or if you have like the woods around you, and then go to Dollar Tree and get the flea and tick stuff, the collars for the cats, and put it around their ankles because they won't get bit by ticks. And then walk them out in the woods and say, this is what natural life is like. Now let's go explore this thing. And then they'll start to understand different ways of viewing the world and viewing life, because all of it's an ecosystem. All of it
You're going.
works one way. I'm sorry?
You're going based on nature is what I'm
Right.
getting at. Okay.
It's power.
Right.
I mean, it's power.
Look,
So
hold on,
I'm,
hold on.
come on. I'm glad y'all understand we unlocking and Sister Angela.
Yeah, that now I'm just now I was like, okay, she's going based on nature. And this is what the point of what Priscilla brings up all the time is that humans, mainly males, don't operate, well, they do operate on their nature, but they're not understanding nature of what it really is. They operate on their own nature. And so that's what makes it very dangerous. And this is the reason why I said if you are any type of a parent, you will actually train your children how to respect nature instead of just giving them something and letting them run and not teaching them the proper cortex of how to you know do that, and then you release them out in the world, and now they're just literally just juveniles, basically.
You think and then again, because I feel like that would be a good what she was saying earlier, that could be, that was like a great, example of how people can like start, or people, somebody could, like you said, they don't have to do exactly like you. You're just saying how it would work for you, and but it can give somebody something, to go off of, something positive. So
I definitely understand where you're coming from, Angelica. I definitely understand where you're coming from. So starting with nature, what how can we bring that until into today's reality, especially when it comes to online type of thing.
Well, W, like we all know that these people don't view the world in a realistic sort of way. I mean, let's be honest. Like, the reason why they get online is because they have these kind of fantasies about, or these kind of very delusional ideas of how life and relationships are supposed to work, and that's why they collaborate with each other, because they actually believe these things to be true. But real life tells them otherwise, right?
yeah,
So, I mean,
be real
I,
fast.
I'm
Um, do you think, just real quick, because I ain't mean to cut your wisdom, but do you think that, because I was going to ask you when we unlocked earlier, do you think, being that you mentioned it, it could be something that could be started online, or how can, you know what I mean? But after you get done saying what you're going to say, um, do you think, like, teaching, like, beginning and teaching people and stuff like that, as far as like when it comes to like weapons training, or you think it's something that could be done online or start online or anything like that?
well, I mean, weapons training to what end is my question.
Not weapons training, but like it could be, well, I mean, I guess people do nature training too. Nature training, you could do stuff online then. That could be another way that, some young people can, we can reach some young people, and not weapons training. But if you want to do that, or gun training or anything like that, but like you said, I mean, it could be, it's a part of nature. I mean, I think people
Well,
make weapons, so
I mean, for me, like, weapons came in as kind of like it was kind of like a flow through of being able to provide your own provisions, right? So, I mean, if you're a person that fishes or hunts, then you have to have weapons and whatever you need to do those things. And, looking at how most of society is now, most people don't need weapons. Why? Because there's no utility in it. So you have to
Right.
create a life for someone to give those weapons an actual utility. Some of the most dangerous people are the people that are completely self-sufficient. The ones that
Yes.
don't need anything else. They don't need electricity. They don't need, water from public utilities. The most dangerous people are the people that can just bug out and get it on their own, right? Only
Right.
because they know what life is like outside of our creature comforts here in America. So for me, the first question would be, how would I implement any weaponry to a child that lives in this society? Because me as a parent, that would mean that I need to alter the way that I live, right? To some regard. It doesn't have to be like you have to move out into the middle of the woods. But you as an adult have to become a provision provider on a more substantial level, like whether it be gardening, or you want to keep chickens, or whatever you can find that you can manage in your lifestyle to make those weapons a utility in your life, and then show, because again, like, even with weapons, there's stages. You go from
Mhm.
safety to handling to use to tactical use to like all out like aggression, right? And then all those things have to be trained. Like I mean, it happens in stages. So the question would be, how do I create this environment for my child where for one I can teach safety? I can teach why having these things are important and why they'll be useful for them, even though they may not get it now, they'll get it after several months. And I think that most people, to be quite honest, don't want to make those sacrifices, right? They just don't. The average parent does not want to shift their life from a place of, um, I live in my apartment or my home, I pay my mortgage or my rent or whatever, to now I'm starting to sacrifice certain creature comforts in order to raise a child. And this is why some people just come across a little bit crazy because it's like they start removing certain things. Like when people back in the day started talking about turning cable off, they were using it like as a way to
Turning
be more
cable off.
engaged. Yeah, turn their cable off. Like this is years ago, like in the 90s. People were talking about turning their cable off. And then when they would talk about it, the conversation was, why would you turn on all these great TV shows? And they were like, well, no, I want to engage more with my children. I want my children to be forced to have conversations with me and be more critical thinkers. And it was like cable at that point was like a protest to what parents were fearing, were kind of dumbing their kids down and kind of like handicapping their kids from being able to be conversationalists or like critical thinkers. I like for me, I'm a little bit older, so at least in my area, that was like a thing happening, right? But
Mhm.
the average person isn't making those sacrifices, and you just have to get in where you fit in because in reality, not every parent, especially not every black parent, is going to want their kid to have guns. So the question is, for those parents, what do we do for them, right?
Oh,
Because if we're not giving all these kids these training to be ready for whatever, because and that's what my question was, like weapons training for children or just for black people in general, to what end? Because that's the real question. To what end? Because if we're training ourselves to be prepared, what are we preparing for?
hmm. I can tell you what we're being prepared for. The I want to say the apocalypse, but the apocalypse. No, 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 no. Well, they can get that type of training in school, but the problem is what school is capable enough of teaching your kids to go out and
No
into
school.
let's just say camp.
That's off the table. No
I've been trained
school.
in camp.
There are training camps that will teach you about weaponry, but if we're because we have to talk about the everyday person, right? There's no
Oh damn!
place
I'm so
that
sorry. I said that all wrong. I'm so sorry. I went to camp. I went to camp, and we went towards nature.
Oh, you mean like summer camp? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, you can call it summer camps, something like that. But
I mean, were you were a kid or were you an
y'all
adult?
men weren't. Ether man, you too late. There were no men showing up. I'll try again next week. But anyway, but we went over to summer camp or something like that, and we actually went to nature. And trust me, I remember the Devil Soup Bowl that I collapsed all the way down and hit rock bottom and had to and people had to literally had to get me back up because I messed up and sprained my ankle. Yeah, I remember those. I remember archery. I was the master at archery. I was the master at just having all types of bugs and stuff just literally just eating my body alive. Yes, I remember about all those. I remembered about um setting up campfires and talking about certain things and just letting just nature just spread and just and you just we just with no TV, no well, we didn't have phones, but just no nothing. Just literally just me and my campmates and my teachers.
Girl,
Literally.
sis.
And when you finished that experience, what was one of the main things that you can recall? Like first thing, like one thing that you can remember, like how you felt coming away from that experience. What do you remember?
Other than falling down the Devil's Soup Bowl, um, I
Besides that, yeah.
remember, I remember this much. I remember being free, even though I was young. I just remember just literally just smelling the air and just relaxing. And you know how they say, if I was that conscious, you know how they say, you take your shoes off and your socks off, and you put your foot on grass.
Mhm.
You're basically you're absorbing earth. It's just
The
like when
energy
you
of it.
had the energy. This is it's the exact same thing when you come outside around 5, 6 o'clock in the morning and the sun comes up and you absorb that sun, that energy to get that what they would call it to recharge your melanin, so to speak. I didn't know about that then. I wish I would have knew. I didn't know about that then. I know about that now, but I wish I would have knew about that back then. But
Mhm.
just being around some of my also being around some of my friends that actually it actually did it for me because that's I mean even though we talked about dumb stuff most of the time, it really was like, yo, we should do this a little bit more often, which we don't.
What?
So
Go ahead.
I listened to you say all that, right? Yeah. Have you ever watched the show Game of Thrones? Did you ever watch that series?
You know what? I can't get with all the
You
Game
didn't.
of
Okay.
Thrones, the 300, and
One, I asked for a reason. So one of the things that I got from Game of Thrones was not necessarily all the drama, but it was the relationships that were built between that show. And one particular side, as they were journeying through the realm or whatever, I can't really remember the five realms or the seven realms, whatever it was. Um, one of the things was about the question and the notion of being free. That was their whole journey, right? Their whole journey was this fight to be free. So they're out here
mm,
in the wilderness all doing this batshit crazy thing in an effort to be free. But in that, because they had these people, and a lot of them, to your point, were weird, said dumb shit, there was a sense of camaraderie and trust. You know what I'm saying? And so, not necessarily the show itself, but some of the things that it leaves behind, right? So, one of the things about being out, not necessarily like full blown, like off the grid, but just being a part of nature is that kind of resemblance of freedom because now everything is up to you, right? Whatever happens is based on your decision making, whether you have the skill set to either make it through the day or accomplish a goal, whether I need to find water, I need to catch fish, I need to get with my friends because they're the one that have the resources for X, Y, and Z. And then again, that creating that value system of having those people around you and knowing that those people, even though they may be foolish and may say a whole lot of things, um, you trust them and they trust you. And it's not about a utility or a transaction based system where, oh, I can only use you as long as you're good for X, Y, and Z. The second that you're no longer good for that, I can replace you because those people, they walk out of your life, you lose a resource or you lose that camaraderie, that partnership that you've had, you know? So it's about, again, creating those value systems. Um, That's why I asked about Game of Thrones,
What
specifically. But
what type of value systems do you or if you have any kids at all? I don't know if you have kids or not.
mhm,
Would you teach
I have to.
your kids when it comes
Uh,
to,
one of
you
the
know what I
first
mean?
things is that people have value innately. They have value. You may not be able to see it or even put a finger on it, but people have value. And I teach that through things like I have a garden. We do a lot of outdoor activities. I spend a lot of time making sure that, well, my oldest is 20, so he's kind of like off doing his own thing now. Um,
Mm,
but creating an environment where they understand that things have value, even though that value may not be clear to you right away, because it's not about a game of show me your value, but it's figuring out whether you can find that value and whether that value is useful for your life. And even if it's not, you may want to keep it around, like just like we're friends, you got weird ass friends, you don't know why they're around, but you just keep them there because it's like you like the weird and it's okay. um, so for me, it's just a lot of exposure. It's not me like giving them lessons and telling a whole lot of stories, but it's just creating the environment of, even like with conflict management with like small kids,
mm,
sometimes especially now, they have a really bad way of being really mean and cruel to each other, and helping my youngest kind of emotionally. Go ahead, I didn't hear you.
Mm-hmm.
I
You
didn't say
said
anything.
helping your youngest.
Yeah,
I didn't say
so
anything
with
already.
my youngest, I try to help her navigate, sometimes when people say, cruel things to her and how she feel, because again, I mean, that value system, even when we're talking about self-esteem, starts really young with these kids, especially like ever since COVID happened, the kids that return back to school are not the same kids that left, right?
Nope.
um and these kids are a lot more self-centered. They're a lot more, I much rather hurt your feelings and make you cry than
That's
allow you
they
to.
more spoiled than we was.
They are. And a lot of them, they understand what retribution is. They understand what, even though they don't know the words, but they understand what discrimination is. They may not know the words, they may not know the concept as we know as adults, but they act it out in school. And
And
for
they have
me,
the information,
they have the information, but they
but they
they
just
don't
don't know.
model it right. They don't
Right,
model it the same way we do as adults. So it's
right.
always about making sure that I define things for her. This here is X, Y, and Z. And if she asks me why, I'm like, well, I can't really give you all the whys, but sometimes people are blah, 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 blah. So, um, but creating that conversation about understanding emotions and understanding some of the whys behind things that people do. It helps her kind of navigate space, because I'm in a position right now that I can't, even though I would love to, I can't pull her out of school, right? Um,
Mm.
and there's a lot of parents like myself that would love to, oh, the Black American dream, we all gonna pull our kids out of these public school systems because, but we just can't. Some of us work, some of us are single, some of us aren't even single, but we still can't, right? So it's like, what do I do? What is it that I can do as a parent to help mitigate the experience of my Black children in this society, in
I
this
can I can
environment?
I can almost guess, sister. And
Well,
I believe you heard this before.
you
And,
can
and
as soon as they do this curriculum, but your kids might, I don't know when it's going to be done, but you like you said, you just will have to move some stuff around because
Mhm.
some people is working with probably much less. I don't know what you're working with, but I know you said you got your garden, you got the kids, everything's going good, you know what I mean? Now you can do it. It's just you probably gonna have to move some stuff around, and you probably already got your stuff comfortable the way it is.
or you can just get a man.
And he was
That's what's being said. You know?
so take it there, We-On-Loc.
Hold on.
I'm
How
just
am I
saying
going
that
to get a
that's what
man
they.
when
I'm just saying that's what they would
listen,
say.
Why would you
no, I can't get
That
a man
I'm
because
just
I
saying
got
that
kids,
that's what they
remember?
say.
No, but that doesn't work for me because I got kids. And I've hit the wall already, so I can't get him to you. That's
so
what they
what
say, right?
after she gets
That's what they
Well,
say.
I don't even know what that means. I don't even
home
know what that
You know,
means. What does hitting the wall mean? What does that mean?
he
they
coming,
say
coming.
they say you got kids, you hit the wall, you over a certain age, you hit the wall, you got kids with another man that ain't them, you've hit the wall. Like,
Well,
I mean, almost to the point where if you read and write very well, you may as well have hit the wall to this point. Because, I mean, even to have any sort of intellect other than cooking and cleaning is like hitting the wall. So, I mean,
wait a
any
minute.
woman,
I have
He on
someone
his way.
that's
He's coming.
married right now at her age of 50 plus.
mm-hmm.
And she's been married to her husband for almost over 3 years. And they
My
live comfortable. So how is
I
that
know, but
hitting the
that's
wall?
reality. But we're not talking about reality. We're talking about these people on the internet. The internet says that if
I
you
met her on the
only,
internet.
but
Leave
I'm
her
talking
alone.
about in terms like even, like the stream that was on the screen earlier. You listen to those people long enough. If a woman can read really, really well and maybe write an essay, they may qualify her some kind of way of as combative, aggressive, and have hit the wall.
Now that
That's what they'll try to tell people. That's what they'll try to explain to people that are listening. That there is no value in intellect, right? There is no value in skill. There is no value in companionship other than sex. This is what they tell people.
is that if that's what you want, that's what you get. I mean, you like I said, you can get whatever you want. You just gotta move some stuff around. But he's on his way if that's what you want, because now it's out there in the universe and make
No.
No, what I'm saying is I'm being sarcastic about it
yeah.
is what I'm getting at.
I know you are. I know you are. I know you are.
Yeah.
But okay, this is the reason why they call me a simp. But that's here nor there. Um, I would tell you this. It's good to experience nature by your damn self. See, see. Here's the thing that, and I hate to go biblical, but there's a reason why they say once you leave this life, you're by yourself. They ain't nothing or no one can ever what do or say. Did she drop off? She did drop off. That was wonderful. That was wonderful. Come, you know what? Come back tomorrow. Definitely come back tomorrow. But Big Mama, as usual, I'm tired. So I'm going to bed.
Okay.
Any last words?
Thanks for having me up and thanks for listening. Thanks for talking.
No
See.
problem. Man, I am freaking tired. And it's almost 11 o'clock and I gotta do some stuff. I gotta move some stuff around. I gotta get the kids ready. I gotta get some shit done. But I didn't know it was
All right.
that damn late.
I'll
No,
let
but come back tomorrow. Please come back tomorrow. Please come back tomorrow.
Sure will. I'm
You
gonna
are
drop so you
that
can.
is amazing. Okay,
Oh, thanks. So you can go ahead and end it. All right. Thanks.
no problem. Yeah, yeah, Gila. Please come back tomorrow. Please, so we can have this discussion over some real shit. Finally, some real shit that we can actually discuss. But Ether man, you late. You late, bruh. I had the mans over here and we was shooting the shit and you should have been here. So maybe sometime next week or something. Maybe if you really want to have the discussion, we can. But you gotta bring your ass. Pause. Anyway, I'm out. Peace.